is Mia. I'm on the phone.
And then for the folks on Zoom, if we can get some folks to chit chat with us for a moment, we just want to make sure that the folks on the phone can hear you guys and vice versa.
Good morning, happy campers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can the folks on the phone hear them okay?
Yes, this is Mia. I can hear them fine.
Okay. And then for those in Zoom, were you able to hear Mia okay?
Yes, we were.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you. All right, so the folks on the phone and in Zoom, we're gonna start here in just a minute. Just a reminder, everyone, to please keep yourself muted unless you are actively speaking. I know sometimes it doesn't seem like we can hear you, but we can definitely hear people breathing and background noises, so please keep muted unless talking. Thank you.
Are we live?
Yep.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's meeting. Let's see, how many folks we have on the line? I wonder if we should wait. How many folks?
I think we got 72.
72, okay.
participants, So I think we should
Yep.
get started.
I want to welcome everybody to our Cal Green workshop. My name is Enrique Rodriguez, Associate Construction Analyst with the Building Standards Commission. This is a Cal Green workshop along with the Division of State Architect. So we will be presenting our proposed code changes. Some are co-adopted by DSA. On this call is Ida Claire with the Division of the State Architect. Before we get started, we're gonna be presenting, I'll go over the agenda, the notice. Folks on the line, so YouTube has a delay, so we'll wait for the YouTube folks. We'll give them a time to just to respond. Today's meeting, let's see, for folks, so on the agenda, some housekeeping. Basically, we'll present the items. We'll take folks on Zoom calls first. Then we'll go to the phone lines, and then if any calls, then we'll just take those in order. At this time, I'd like to get started with our agenda item 1, which is it's actually agenda item 2, the BSC and DSA proposed code changes. And this is in the definitions. And so BSC and DSA are proposing to add the definition of EV capable space. These amendments will eliminate the reduction language defined in EV capable space in chapters 4 and 5. And it also affects appendices A4 and A5. And basically what the code change proposal is, we're proposing to add the definition for EV capable space, which is, we're proposing to define it as electrical panel capacity and space to support a minimum of 40 amperage, 208, 240 volt branch circuit to each EV parking space, and the installation of raceways, both underground and surface mounted, to support EVSC. This proposed change aligns with the current definition that is in the International Code Council. And so we're trying to just align with model code as much as we can. With that said, does anybody have a comment from Zoom that is pertaining to BSC, and this is a co-adopted item with DSA as well. So does anybody have a comment pertaining to our proposed added definition to Calgary?
I do.
Oh, hi, good morning, Sven. How are you?
Enrique, very good. Thank you all for being here. I would like to, if possible, I'd like to wait on my comments to cover EV Ready as well, because they work together.
Okay, I know you had, you do have some other comments. So yeah, that's fine. If you want to wait, that's not a problem. We can do that. Thank you.
When you're ready to take calls from the phone line, this is Mike Kuros.
Hi, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning to all and Happy New Year to everyone.
Thank you so much. Likewise.
So you want his comment?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the number of spaces, since we're not looking at the DSA disability requirements, which, you know, we've got two different silos here today, that not being part of the agenda, I would like us to consider some of the linkages between the discussion today that may be connected to that separate conversation. There are two different issues clearly on the agenda. I get it, but I think we need to look at the proximity and location consideration of where those, if we're going to be talking about the power supply and the proximity of these sizes and where they're going to be, we need to have other considerations that would be tied into the DSA. Again, they're two different issues, but I think they should have been joined in this conversation prior to or during this agendized item. The other issue is relative to we have two different standards out there. One manufacturer that has a proprietary system and a joint group of folks that, for the most part, are a standard, are established by a standard that ASTM and ANSI standards have with a type of charging cable system. So when we're talking about power, we're talking about these locations, again, we're not getting into the physical aspects of this, but at the same time, if we're talking about amperage and power, we are, because those two different types of standards, one a proprietary manufacturer of an automobile and the other one a series of automobiles, including mine, by the way, which use ANSI ASTM standard.
So Mike, are you talking, so right now we're trying, does that affect our proposed definition?
It may, and again, if we're talking about, and again, as we get into the agendas and the discussion of the item, it may. I wanted to put this out there for consideration as we work through, because again, I'm looking at the proposed definitions of locations. But then again, if we're looking at locations, would that be impacted later on by discussion of the DSA and the disability requirements? Again, it's an afterthought, but then again, it should have been a forethought maybe to this discussion. I looked through the DSA website, couldn't find anything, put in a call, didn't receive a call back. So the other part is the power that is required. Again, we're looking at this on the charging you brought up, the type of power for these locations. And clearly we have one manufacturer that uses one type of power amperage and another one that can use separate different types of power. They have multiple power location settings. You know, as you know, a lot of them started off with low amperage power. Many went to the quick charge, DC quick charge, and then you have Tesla, for example, is the proprietary system that uses an ultra fast charge. So are we going to include that proprietary system in this discussion today?
It's not something that's proposed, but we certainly love to hear comments from folks.
Okay,
know-
again, I put it out there for everybody's consideration because this is, again, we're looking at locations, proximity and non-residential, which would include mixed use, for example.
Mm.
But, you know, we're not having, there's nothing, how can we have this conversation without a consideration to the disability requirements that DSA should have?
Hey, Mike, this
Yes,
is Mike with Building Standards. Within the definition, the proximity portion that is being proposed is related to the power supply location to the EV location as opposed to proximity to the building entrance. So it's a little bit different, and the accessibility side wasn't proposed in these definitions, and bringing it up is a good point. It may be a future discussion topic for us with DSA, but it's not something that we're going to get into detail here about because it wasn't agendized.
Okay, I understand that, and
Sure.
I'm not suggesting that we should carry this forward in the agenda, but for
Sure.
consideration, you bring up a good point, Mike.
Mhm.
If power cannot be available to the proximity of the entrance, therefore serving the requirements, the statutory requirements on federal and state to the disability community, then we're having a conversation about, again, I think the reality of this, when we look at the current power stations that are out there, the folks that own the properties typically put them in the worst location that you can imagine. For those of us out to charge, they're furthest from the entrance, they're furthest from anywhere because it's the most accommodating to them so that they don't encroach on their current parking locations. So I hear what you're saying, but at some point it's a discussion that's going to have to be dealt with in terms of the proximity of these locations and the required statutory language for the disabled community.
Totally understood, but
Yeah.
it's not on the agenda for today, so we'll go ahead and continue on. But thanks for the point. We'll
Yeah, thank you,
definitely
Mike.
consider that.
Right.
Yeah,
Then I can address it later on during public comment, and I'll readdress it during the public comment for the record.
That sounds good.
okay. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate your comments. Does anybody else have a comment pertaining to this proposed? code
Yeah, there
change?
have been some hands up, and I guess you're
Yes,
not
I have a
calling.
comment.
Hold on the phone for a minute. We'll see if we can go back to the
Yeah.
YouTube. And just so everybody understands, we were going to let everybody know that we'll probably try to take the YouTube and comments online first because there is a delay for
Right.
those. So as we go through, we'll allow those comments to come through. If you want to comment online, get yourself in the queue because there is a little bit of a delay between the live and when your comment will come through. So
Yeah, so,
Just
we'll-
to clarify on
Yeah.
that for just a moment. So Zoom, those in Zoom, they'll take public comment there. If your hand's up,
Yeah.
please note you can unmute yourself to speak when the time is appropriate. It'd be easier than us trying to look for your hand up. It's hard to coordinate multiple things in this meeting. So please, when the time's appropriate, just go ahead and communicate, unmute yourself instead of raising your hand. B, the folks on YouTube, if you would like to participate and offer comment, there is about a 45-second to a minute delay. So what you're seeing visually and hearing is about a minute behind. And that is why the phone is going to be the second item where we take comment. If you have comment and you're on YouTube, you'll need to get on that Verizon line to be able to give your public comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara.
thank you, Barbara. So I see 4 hands up, so we'll start from the top, and this is from Santa Clara. Jane?
Yeah, hi, my name is Suds Jane, and I'm a council member in the city of Santa Clara. The governor has declared that we're going to ban internal combustion car sales in 2035, and new buildings, when they're built, are going to last a minimum of 40 years. And it costs $5,000 to retrofit a space. So what we really are trying to get to is to have electric vehicle charging capability at every space. And this requirement is really overkill. At 40 amps, 240 volts, you're talking about 9 kilowatts per space, which is not really required. If you had a requirement of a minimum of 1.4 kilowatts, that would give somebody overnight charging of 50 miles. And very few people drive more than 50 miles per day on average. And so the goal is to try to get EV charging at as many spaces as possible within a new building. And this requirement would put an undue burden on developers because they'd have to upsize their transformers. So I think that this minimum 40 amp requirement should be modified and should just say simply minimum of 1.4 kilowatts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So going down the line, I see Vanessa. Would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, hi, good morning. Thank you so much. And thank you for rescheduling this meeting. I know this was less than optimal all the way around, and we really appreciate the opportunity to speak to this issue. I just would briefly like to comment on the lack of a requirement for signage in the currently proposed standards. I think you're going to hear from a lot of other people soon about a bunch of other suggestions that we have for improvement. But I just wanted to take this opportunity right now to encourage you to change the definition to include mandatory signage everywhere. It's cheap, it's easy, and without it, especially for EV capable, you're wasting, a builder is wasting money putting in invisible wiring that nobody knows is there in the future. So definitely, please sign both the space and the panel. Don't just leave it on building drawings or somewhere deep inside where nobody knows it's there. Thanks.
Vanessa, real quick, this is Mike with Building Standards. In our current provisions, the requirement for the infrastructure requires there to be labels on the panels so that they know that they have to reserve that space for future expansion. And then the escutcheon plates that cover the conduit at the termination area near the space is also supposed to be notified or identified so that they know where, what that particular conduit's used for. But I understand the signage is.
Yeah, and I want to be really clear. It's important to have signage both for the electrician and the building manager, but also for the average driver, because EV adoption happens when the average person driving their gas car sees a sign that says, oh, charging, and especially for level 1. They see a regular plain old outlet. They don't even think about it. They see a regular plain old outlet that has a sign that says EV access here. Suddenly they go, oh, wait a second, I could drive an EV, and adoption rates go up. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So another point for clarification, Vanessa. So you're proposing this where the chargers are installed or where the future charging stations are going to be installed?
All of the above. If something is EV capable, have signs up that say this is an EV capable garage.
I'd add to that and note that in the area that I live, near one of the locations within a shopping center that has EV, out at the street near the light, there's a sign that says EV and it points over the sign. Small sign, but it's right there. Everybody sees it. And then there's EV in that parking lot. So that's the kind of thing, area sign, location sign within the property, obviously, because we can't go outside of that. But I understand. We'll certainly take that into consideration.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Moving down the line, I have Brendan. Yes. Hi, Brendan.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Brendan McEwen. I'm Director of Electric Mobility and Low Carbon Strategies at AES Engineering. We're a consultancy that performs both electrical engineering and also we're active supporting governments and utilities in various sorts of EV policies. So we're a Canadian firm, but active on policy issues across North America. And I'd note that we've supported multiple Canadian local governments as well as, or speaking with a number of American ones on basically requirements for 100% EV ready residential parking in new buildings, as well as lesser percentages of EV-ready commercial parking. So I wanted to make a comment. It pertains both to EV capable as well as EV ready. I thought I should make it now to get it on the record for EV capable. Similar to the comment that was made previously by the gentleman who's a counselor, requiring 40 amps per EV capable space, as well as specifically requiring a dedicated branch circuit for EV ready, doesn't allow for reasonable minimum levels of load management using EV energy management systems. So I think what would be a appropriate sort of definition both for EV capable, as well as I think we should just probably move away from EV capable and focus exclusively on EV ready, given that there's very little cost difference between them, but EV ready is just going to be a better level of future proofing, would be to allow for load sharing across a circuit. So basically one branch circuit off of a panel can support multiple parking spaces. And there's a whole range of different sorts of technologies that are out there right now, EV charging services where you've got essentially smart EV energy management, where charging stations are able to communicate with one another, monitor how much power is being consumed and not exceed the capacity of that branch circuit. So for example, you could have 3-way sharing on a 40 amp circuit or 4-way sharing on a 40 amp circuit and provide level 2 charging, but it be energy managed. So I think it would be important for the definitions that are in CalGreen to allow for that and allow for load sharing up to a reasonable maximum level. So saying somewhere that for a, let's say, commercial parking context or residential parking context, a maximum of say 3-way sharing on 40 amp circuit, 4-way sharing on a 40 amp circuit is allowable, but we're not going to allow more than that. And that can provide a reasonable quality of EV charging experience for the end users at much lower cost for new developments. And so you can provide higher levels of EV ready parking or EV capable parking than we currently have in those minimum requirements. Let's see if there's anything else to suggest. Basically, what we've done in various local governments across Canada is define an EV capable space as a parking space with an adjacent electrical outlet capable of providing level 2 charging as defined by SAE's J1772 standard. And then as part of those requirements say that they will be able to, not able to share beyond a certain level on that branch circuit. So again, whether it's going to be 3-way on a 40 amp or 4-way on a 40 amp. And potentially you can allow for other sorts of amperages of those branch circuits as well. So we've done many designs where we're using higher levels of sharing on 80 amp circuits, for instance. So there can be a table that specifies what are those maximum levels of sharing. So I'd be happy to speak more about how those requirements have been structured in Canadian cities and provide, I suppose, written comment later on. Thanks for the opportunity to share those thoughts.
Thank you, Brendan.
Excellent. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Moving on, we have Mr. Raymer.
Thank you.
You have the floor.
Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association. And to the issue at hand on the definitions, we support what the Building Standards Commission is proposing. Whenever you can coordinate with ICC and do compatible definitions, we strongly support that. Lastly, not on the issue, I might have missed it, so forgive me, but do you have an estimate of when you'd like to see written comments come in?
Well, yeah, I would say, Bob, you can send comments at any time. This is workshop time, so there's really no deadline for it at this point. We will be collecting the information from the meeting, from the comments received today, and any supporting information you want to provide. And then we'll be likely looking at our proposals and then getting them prepared for the 45-day process, which will,
For the
come up
code
once,
advisory, yeah.
excuse me, code
Yeah,
advisory
for
committee,
code
once they
advisory
come up.
committee.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Jumping
Thank
ahead.
you.
So the rulemaking documents are due in, at least for us, in April, beginning of April. But yeah, comments, as soon as you can provide comments, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Rob. Moving on, I have Sean Dennison.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank
or-
you. This is Sean Dennison from New Buildings Institute. Just wanted to mention a couple of things. One is that the EV language ended up not being adopted in the IECC. The board removed them even though they were approved in the hearings. So in terms of getting that kind of alignment, that's really not an issue now since it was released actually just earlier this week. So we see that the EV language isn't in the latest version. I think one of the other things that raises a very large question for me is there are definitions, but the body of the language of the code is not changed. And so these in this proposal. And so that raises a question for me of how these definitions will actually be used, because right now they're just unused definitions that don't actually do anything. And that's, I think, probably a pretty critical question. And I think we had the comment earlier about talking about the capacity in terms of kilowatts. That might be an opportunity for some clarity, since electrical infrastructure is usually rated in kVA. That might be a way to just avoid all of this 208, 240 volt, 120 volts, whether it's level 1 or level 2, how many amps, to just go to straight kVA and then allow the equipment. And that way it's just a matter of the infrastructure is providing the amount of power that's needed, and then the charger and whoever's charger, whatever standard for charger, can then just attach to that power and deliver it to the vehicle.
Thank you, Sean, for your comment. Appreciate that. Next, we have Mark Geller.
Hi, I'm Mark Geller. I've been driving an electric vehicle since 2001. I helped co-found Plug-in America, a group many of you are probably familiar with that advocates for electric car drivers and for good policy. I just want to assert really how important it is, and thank you, that you consult with people who drive electric cars, who understand how the technology works and what the most appropriate way to move forward is. And I want to state that Mr. Jane's point about capacity at each location is extremely important. 40 kilowatts is overkill. It is more important that more people are served than that fewer people are served with higher power that will ultimately cause increased cost and lead to kind of unused assets, as the cars are largely charged in an hour or two and then they sit. So it's more important to distribute the power fairly amongst more people. And in terms of what we're talking about here, commercial and workplace locations, let's be clear, we are largely talking about serving people whose cars have a relatively long dwell time at the location. If it is a workplace, they're probably there for 8 hours, and just as at home, overnight, you get a sufficient amount to go back to where you came from. In terms of commercial locations, it is probable that the most important community to serve are the people who are working there. So it is essentially a workplace. So thank you very much for accepting my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate your comments. Moving on, we have Chris Chavez.
Yes, thank you. My name is Chris Chavez. I'm the Deputy Policy Director for Coalition for Clean Air. Just wanted to align my comments with the electric vehicle advocates. Coalition for Clean Air is a environmental advocacy nonprofit. Our headquarters in downtown LA and have staff in Sacramento. California is really facing some, really important deadlines in terms of EV deployment. We have to deploy 1 million electric vehicles by 2023, 1.5 million by 2025. And Governor Brown's executive order from a few years back sets a goal of commitment of deploying 5 million electric vehicles by 2030. This is all, making sure these vehicles are powered and supported is going to be very important to making sure that we meet these commitments, as well as meeting our emission reduction goals, commitments, meeting our clean air standards, which are coming up as well. So certainly want to encourage the Building Standards Commission to adopt a framework, to adopt standards, which will really help advance and support clean vehicle technology to as many people as possible. And then also want to make a big push as well for equity as well. As we know that there's, making sure that everybody has access to an electric vehicle and charging infrastructure is going to be important as we continue going down towards the path of 100% electrification of our transportation system. So really want to make a push for that and encourage this commission to proceed in a way that will advance equity as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your comment. Moving on, we have Jack Fleck. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I basically want to support everything the last two speakers said, Mr. Geller and Mr. Chavez, as well as a number of the other speakers. But rather than repeat everything, just to underscore how important California is, because we're going to set a pattern that's probably going to be followed around the country and perhaps around the world. So everything we're doing here is extremely important. And I really appreciate that you're holding this workshop and listening carefully to the comments, because I think they've been very good. I certainly supported Vanessa's comments about signs. And I think that this is getting on to the next definition, and EV ready. I think it should be have outlets as opposed to just, I think Mr. Thiessen is going to talk about that. So I'll just stop, but I just want to thank you for what you're doing and encourage you to do everything you can. One correction though, Mr. Chavez is correct that the goal of the state is 5 million EVs by 2030, but in the new CARB, California Air Resources Board mobile source strategy, they're saying we need 8 million. And I've done some calculations that actually to achieve the goal of 40% greenhouse gas reduction by 2030, which is required by state's bill SB 32, we would need 11 million EVs on the road. So we are really going to have to accelerate the adoption of EVs, and everything we can do here to make that happen, I think is really important. So thank you again.
Thank you, Jack, for your comments. We appreciate you. Is anybody else on the Zoom call? I don't see any more hands up. If no more,
Let's go to the phone.
Yeah.
You have
Yes.
people literally waving on Zoom.
What's that?
There's some.
Well, you're only
people on
looking
Zoom
at a few.
physically raising their hand.
There's 100 of them there, so you can't scroll through all of them.
Okay. Let's see.
How do I give a comment? I have to go back to work. Can I give my comment now, please?
Since you're on the phone and we're not seeing other hands raised yet on the web, why don't we go ahead and take your comment on the phone? And your name is?
Laura Rosenberger, Secretary of Fresmen's Against Fracking. I predict there will be an increased desire for electric vehicles after recent studies from 2016 to present on the harm of fracking are made known to the public. They found a group of doctors and concerned health professionals in New York, and Physicians for Social Responsibility found that 90.3% of all original research studies published from 2016 to 2018 on the health impacts of fracking found a positive association with harm or potential harm. And I feel there'll be a feeling of compassion for the victims or a moral obligation in our choice of which energy to use for our cars. But it might might be thwarted by coworkers' fights over charging plugs and the technical hassle of getting from EV capable to EV ready. The long-term cost will be least when EV plugs are installed from the beginning. So I support PCE's proposal. It would bring less carbon emissions. And also, considering the expected taxes to cover the social health cost of oil, there will be financial savings on less gasoline. EV charging should be available in disadvantaged communities also. And see, the public health harms now linked to drilling, fracking, and associated infrastructure include cancer, asthma, respiratory distress, rashes, heart problems, and mental health problems. Multiple studies of pregnant women living near fracking operations across the nation show impairments to infant health, including birth defects, preterm birth, and low birth weight. It'll become a religious obligation soon in our choice of energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we get your, let me get your name and.
Yeah, Enrique, Mike Carroll's here on the phone. When you're taking calls from the phone, please let us know.
Absolutely. We have one more person on the Zoom call, and then we'll get straight to the phone lines. Thank you. I have Ed Pike. Good morning. You have the floor.
Hi, thank you. I'm Ed Pike with the California Public Utilities Commission, and I want to support the efforts of the Building Standards Commission to update CalGreen and support our state's zero emission vehicle goals. The California Public Utilities Commission has approved over $1.5 billion in spending by investor-owned utilities to get EV charging infrastructure deployed, including workplaces as well as other potential host sites. And your efforts will really help make that ratepayer funding go a lot farther by providing cost-effective infrastructure and also speed the process, because it'll be so much easier to finish off that infrastructure and get charging stations in place. So I very much appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. We appreciate your support.
Yep, one more in Zoom. You can't see him, but
Okay.
Bruce.
Bruce?
Yeah.
Bruce, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I wanted to emphasize in terms of the equity, the importance of having workplace charging. If you think about it, the people that are less fortunate will have EVs that have lower range. And by putting charging at the site of working, it means that they can extend the range of it. They can probably double the range. So those people that are less fortunate that live further out will have the opportunity to really be able to use an EV. And this is something that was very clear back 8-9 years ago, when the only thing you had was these limited range EVs, and the people who were able to do it had charging at work. And so it becomes very important to have that. The other part that's of interest is the fact that if you put in EV charging at work and you back it by solar, you have the option of being able to get the solar used internally, which is a key issue because the NEM is going to become less favorable over a period of time, and you smooth out the duct curve. So, these are things that say that having a large number of spots that are easily accessible, i.e. more than EV capable, is going to be key to getting a lot of people to be able to use it economically without overstressing the grid, and to better serve the people who are less fortunate, but we need to move to EVs. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. I see one more hand on the Zoom call. Janelle?
Yep, Janelle London.
Janelle,
yes.
Sorry about that.
Hi, Janelle London with Joint Venture Silicon Valley. I lead the Beyond Gasoline Initiative, which has a goal of cutting gasoline consumption 50% by 2030 across Silicon Valley. And I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I just wanted to point out the critical importance of the psychological aspects of signage. A lot of people don't realize that EV charging is present. And so merely having it there in the form of an electrical outlet or whatever it might be, without the signage to give people the confidence that this is a site for EV charging, is not going far enough. So it's just absolutely critical to include the signage. In fact, it's more important than having the EV charging is that signaling to the public that, hey, this is ready. You can do this. So that I think is critical. And I just want to echo the other speakers. Everyone's said it very well, that we just have to achieve our goals and to lift this climate crisis. We have got to enable a full transition, and we have to be thinking about a full transition to electric vehicles and away from gasoline vehicles. And anything short of that is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Appreciate it. I don't see any more hands up.
One more.
There's
Vanessa?
one more? I can't see. Vanessa? Vanessa, you have the floor.
No, I was
No.
just applauding. That's not a hand. That's I totally agree with Janelle.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't debate there. It's going off.
Okay, we appreciate the support. Thank you so much.
So we'll go to the phones now. So why don't we go ahead and see who's on the phone?
Mike Kuros here, representing laborers.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, thank you. So for a point of order, at the beginning of this meeting, I was in a conversation about some of the disability access requirements, and that item was clearly defined as not part of the agenda. What I'm hearing a lot on these Zoom calls is a lot of policy issues and the need to have this happen. And I think I would suggest to the chair that if my issue was not as relevant to the agenda, then I think we need to continue on with the technical merits of what the agenda is supposed to include. So to that point, please, maybe ask some of these Zoom folks to pass that on to public comments, since my comments were not allowed to be addressed until then, and we can get on with the technical merits of some of the issues that people are bringing up. So to that, I will bring up, first and foremost, the issues that people are bringing up with the proximity and the power are relevant to what the demand is, and more importantly, to what the governor is implementing as of Friday, the $2 billion that we're going to be applied to EV charging stations. I hear and I understand a lot of the social economic issues to the distribution of some of these charging stations. The challenge is that we are still well within the infancy of building out this infrastructure, and the proximity has to coincide with the day-to-day activities of people that actually use their EVs. Not all of us drive 20 miles. I have an EV. In some cases, when I'm driving the meetings, I have to have a place interim if I'm driving a longer distance to stop and do a quick charge. So I need that 40 amps. It's not a luxury, or for me, it's more of a business-related issue. If I'm going to drive to Sacramento or I'm going to drive to somewhere up to the coast, I would like to have the ability to have the proximity of fast charging, so what would normally be a 2-hour trip to San Diego doesn't turn into a 4-hour trip. Because when we do that, we dissuade people from getting involved in driving EV cars. So the architecture and the proximity of these charging stations, high capacity DC fast charge, is significant to us unrolling what a lot of these people were addressing on the policy side of what the governor is trying to implement further on downstream. The other consideration is, as more people are being forced into driving their work vehicles, pickup trucks, many of which are coming out this year, Ford, for example, we have to consider that these folks, laborers, carpenters, the folks that are out there, essential workers, typically sometimes drive at least 100+ miles a day round trip. So how are we going to incentivize those folks that are out there driving all these miles because they have to, because they're part of our infrastructure, building our highways, our bridges, and all of the other things that we depend on for mass transportation, if we can't supply them with the ability to charge their work vehicles? So I ask everyone to consider that when we look at the proximity of these charging stations and the voltage and the amperage. The last comment I'm going to make is on the signage. We need to think about a universal signage that is, something that other languages can accept. Because to the policy point that somebody brought up, it's not just all one class, one gender, one. I'm multi-language, as you are familiar with, Enrique,
Yes.
and we need to have a sign out there that everybody can look at. And so maybe it's a sign that says we have it available, and it needs to be large enough, Because there's nothing more frustrating than trying to pull into a parking lot when you know that there's an EV charging station somewhere in that parking lot, and driving around and heating up what power you have left, trying to find that, following these little signs, because that charging station is somewhere out in the south 40 of the parking lot. If you can find it, it's usually in an area that's probably dimly lit and probably not a safe place for some other folks that may want to be in a safer place to get charged. So that's another consideration.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that comment. Next person on the phone line that would like to speak.
This is Mia.
Yes,
Hi, Mia. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Mia Marvelli, Executive Director of the Building Standards Commission. Great conversation here. Just circling back on a couple things that I heard. There seems to be a lot of interest in the flexibility of the power provided for EV infrastructure. And what would be very helpful is for staff to receive reports, documents, technical data that we can rely upon for any proposed code changes. And also what's really critical for our office in order to complete our rulemaking documents, our cost benefit analysis. And so what I would request is that all of the great information that's provided here today be sent to our office by January 15th. I kind of want to clarify a deadline for comments pertaining to CalGreen that will allow us to assemble the information and make modifications and have the support documentation so we can move forward with our code changes. So that is my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mia. Appreciate you getting on the line. Anybody else on the phone line that would like to speak? Okay. Mary Beth? Oh.
Hi, I wanted to add a comment. I'm not on the phone, but I missed earlier about. Hi, my name's Ariana Vito, and I work for City of Santa Monica. And I just wanted to suggest, I definitely echo the comments about dropping the energy requirement from 40 amps down to a 1.5 kilowatt or something similar. But I also wanted to suggest adding a category for conduit or raceway only into the requirements, similar to how we have EV capable and EV ready, particularly for multifamily buildings. This is something that Santa Monica and a few other cities like Berkeley and West Hollywood have done just to ensure that in condo buildings and apartments, you at least have the conduit already installed so that you can eventually use energy management systems to serve any of the spaces, excuse me, so you don't run into that issue of someone with a dedicated parking space not having the ability to bring power to their space. It's just a low cost way to increase accessibility.
Ariana, this is my Building Standards Commission. That's great information, and we would love to be able to get that to the appropriate source. So what I'll mention is that the Department of Housing and Community Development is the agency that regulates housing. And they're the other half of CalGreen. If you notice in the Chapter 4 and the A chapters for the tiers for Chapter 4, those are housing provisions. Those are all written by the Department of Housing and Community Development. They had a workshop not too long ago, I believe, and they may be having another, I'm not sure. And they're addressing these items within their rulemaking packages. So I would suggest you can send information to us. We'll make sure to forward it on. But you may also check within HCD's website. They probably have links and some information available that you could follow up on what they're proposing for multifamily and condominiums.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ariana, for your comment. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Looks like we have Brendan, or who rose?
I rose my hand just with regards to the last comment. I would just want to also note if any kind of conduit only provision is going to be considered, we would strongly recommend against that, because the real costs of providing EV charging infrastructure are not with laying out new conduit in these spaces. It's doing the electrical renovations to those spaces. So adding conduit can be almost counterproductive. The best sort of arrangement of that conduit in a retrofit application might not be what is laid out in the first place in those buildings. So just wanted to note we'd caution against an approach that's doing conduit only, but I'd be happy to reach out to anyone who wants to discuss that more offline. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Brandon.
Hi, this is
Okay,
Christos.
oh, sorry.
Hi, this is Christos with LA Unified School District, Director of Architecture Engineering Services. I just wanted to make a comment, and I'm not sure, perhaps it's relevant to the sense of perhaps thinking just a little bit different in terms of EV charging infrastructure and support, and understanding and supporting 100% everything, all the speakers, everything that they shared, and how we need to promote EV charging, electrify our parking lots. The thinking that I wanted to share more than anything else, is there a way that we can engage our utility agencies to help support infrastructure, and perhaps the infrastructure comes from the utility poles or from their side of the meter, perhaps through an agreement or something to help support these requirements, because I can understand the hardship that will also provide if you're only providing only few. And I know that thinking that moving towards the future, and certainly moving with the new requirements, eventually we're going to need a lot more EV charging stations on our sites. So if there's a way that we can engage our utility agencies to help support, and perhaps it can feed some of that infrastructure and regulate and even manage through an agreement to support EV infrastructure, I think will be very beneficial to all of us. And I'm thinking more about agencies of our size or our type, more than private enterprises or anyone else.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate your comment. Anybody else on the phone line that would like to speak?
Yes, this is Tom Cabot.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Tom Cabot. I'm an environmental quality commissioner in Menlo Park. Just speaking for myself today. I'm also a longtime utility resource planner, having planned a lot of renewable resources for Palo Alto's electric utility during my career. Now retired and working on the climate problem. But looking at the challenge for us and what we have to undertake to decarbonize California's economy to meet the goals set out by our state, we really need to be doing a lot of daytime charging of electric vehicles. And so the Cal Green Code can help us dramatically in that by making more 110 volt outlets ready for commuter cars to be plugged into in so many of the spots where they sit while the sun is out. And what we're noticing on the wholesale side of the grid is solar power is very affordable. It is the cheapest of the renewables. It is the one that developers want to deploy the most. And as we know, it's all occurring during the day. So if we don't charge as many cars as we can during the day, those cars have to be charged at night. Ultimately, in the future, they'll be charged at night at home with power coming from the grid that was stored in a battery somewhere else during the day. So we can sidestep that with a good green code that makes much more daytime charging available to people. It just makes it the norm, and that is the normal place where cars would get energized, the bulk of them. And so I strongly support improving the green code to the extent we can now to avoid the problems that we are otherwise setting up for ourselves. Because I think we all know as prudent decision makers, it's going to be a lot easier to get things built right the first time they're built than to go in after them and try to fix it all later. So thank you very much, and good luck with the program.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate your comment. I see anybody, there's two folks on the Zoom call. Let me finish out anybody that's on the phone lines right now. Anybody else on the phone that would like to speak?
Hi, this is Dan.
Go ahead. Sounds like a couple. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go. Dan Kegel from NCSA.
I'm in the city of Los Angeles, and I attended a mayor's stakeholder group with a whole bunch of people about this very issue. And the question of pre-laying conduit came up, and a EV charging installer said, please do not pre-install the conduit. I may just have to rip it all out. What I care about is not having to drill holes in concrete.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate your comment. Who else is on the phone that would like to speak?
I'd like to speak. My name is.
Go ahead.
My name is. Yeah. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm a member of the UU Church of Palo Alto's Green Sanctuary Committee, and I speak as a resident of Santa Clara County. That I look forward to stronger rules in the future because as a member of the next generation of basic car owners, that we would like great amount of EV charging infrastructure across the entire state, because we recognize that we're going to have a lot of questions over our ability to make our state target goals on GHG emissions, given that increasingly news shows that our raise in global temperatures is going to be very high comparatively to what we expected in the past, given our slow adoption of more green infrastructure. And that we do need the ability for, if we are choosing that cars are going to be still in the future, that they need to be EV capable, and that any kind of delay to any kind of infrastructure on EV charging infrastructure will delay people picking it up. And if we want to match what the government has done, we need to be much more aggressive about these goals. And we all recognize that retrofits are incredibly painful, they're costly, and they provide a cognitive burden for people to actually pick up on things. So that I ask that the rules be much more stronger to make sure that this happens. And as Silicon Valley, we've done it already through our local CCAs, so it can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate your comment.
Enrique, Mike Quiros, when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, thank you. And to the director, thank you for your comments, because I do believe the data that she suggested needs to be applied to your work group through not only from the DSA and other agencies, HCD included, is going to be important to the conversation that I'm hearing from folks. Let me say this. I am one of these pre-adopters that has driven both hybrids, plug-in hybrids, and I currently drive a full EV. 110 is not a sustainable EV highway, nor do I believe that the governor or anybody from a policy standpoint would agree with 110 being sustainable to the future of developing an EV charging highway. It's not going to work. If we build 110 EV charging stations to the degree that I'm hearing folks professing today, we're going to be ripping those out within 2 years, because the demand for folks that actually have to get out and drive long distances, again, we have to look at that data somewhere and somehow in order to be able to apply that to the type of charging stations that we need to have, is what should be considered. So the other part of it is the battery technology obviously will change over time. There's a lot of significant things happening. Hopefully we'll see those within the next 5 years. But to build even towards that, we have to have a charging system that's adaptable to the future of the cars that are being developed today. So for that, again, I think 110 is probably going to be the less applied to the future of the EV charging highway. And the other part of it is the proximity of these charging stations in areas where people actually have to get up and go to work and drive long distances. If you look at the commute times, we're polluting the air. I'll get on the policy thing. We're polluting the air because people don't use mass transit and they have to drive long distances. So when they're driving long distances, if they're moving out because of a housing shortage in Riverside, California, for example, and driving into LA every day, then they're driving, spending 2 hours at a time on the freeway, 4 hours or plus round trip going to and from work. How are you going to do that with 110 charging? how are you going to do that with the inability to be able to stop at work and charge DC fast charge and get your car charged up so that that 2 hour or 4 hours on the highway doesn't turn into 6 hours?
Okay, Mike, I need you to finish up, okay? Because we're getting off the track here and we're talking about two definitions and we haven't even gotten into the rest of the stuff. So we need to get moving forward. Finish your comment, please.
I appreciate the fact that, you know, you're asking me to hurry up.
I'm not asking you to hurry up. I'm saying please finish your comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All I'm saying is that the comments that I'm hearing, the multiple comments on the types of charging stations is not going to be sufficient to be able to apply to what we're trying to achieve here in the bigger picture.
Understood.
Thank you, Mike, for that comment. A good point is we're barely on item number 1. There's several items. We need to wrap this up. There'll be other opportunities for folks as we get into the actual proposed EV changes. We're going to have some commonality in terms of what is comments that have been said. We'll apply to some of that. So there will be opportunity to further discuss this.
Before we move on, I want to clarify what we're looking for feedback, and Mia touched on it, is fiscal information, support information, language that will support our regulatory changes as we go forward. But what I'm getting at is we are talking about EV capable space definition and EV ready space definition. The content of those definitions, if you have information related to the content of the definition and ways to modify the definition or improve it or change it in whatever way, please send that information with the support language behind it so that we can incorporate that if it's deemed necessary. So that's what we're trying to stay focused on. We'll be moving on, but those are the two definitions that are currently being discussed.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I guess we have Alex. You have the floor. You'd like to comment?
Thank you. This is Alex Weimer.
Hi.
Great, thanks. Hi, Alex Weimer, Director of Public Policy with ChargePoint. We're one of the largest networks of EV charging stations across North America and Europe. And I'll make this quick. I won't reiterate too much detail that's already been provided, but would like to really emphasize some of the points that Brendan McEwen made from AES. And just point out there's a lot of studies out there that show it's actually a lower cost for developers to provide 100% level 2 EV ready with 4-way load sharing than it is to provide L1s on a dedicated circuit. So we can provide more of that context, but we also want to echo the comments about the need to future-proof this. If we're looking towards larger batteries, longer distances, we need to be planning for that. So want to be sure we're keeping that in mind, and happy to follow up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Sven, you have the floor.
So are you actually going to go next to actually cover what EV ready is first?
We're gonna introduce our proposed code change, and then folks can give us their input as it pertains to that specific definition, and then we'll move on from there. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on to item 2B. The Building Standards Commission, along with DSA's proposing to add this definition for EV ready space. EV ready space is defined a designated parking space which is provided with one 40 ampere, 208, 240 volt dedicated branch circuit for EVSE servicing electric vehicles. The circuit shall terminate in a suitable termination point, such as a receptacle, junction box, or an EVSE, and be located in close proximity to the proposed location of the EV parking spaces. This is our proposed code change. I entertain any comments regarding to that definition.
Sven here.
And Ricky, Mike Kuros, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Mike.
So again, can you go back to the location, the proximity? How can we make this decision if we haven't applied again? And I know it's not part of the agenda, the disability requirements.
Mike, let me explain it again. So what this says, and I'll read it really carefully. It says that the termination point, such as a receptacle, junction box, or EVSC, be located in close proximity to the proposed location of the EV charging parking space. So the actual physical location of that unit needs to be near the space. That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about the building location or where in the parking lot the particular stall is located. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and
It does.
if I can add to that, so Mike, you've talked about accessibility. So when a charger is installed, then it triggers the accessibility requirements in part 2 of the building code for accessibility. And that's when you trigger all the accessibility requirements, and where it talks about EV spaces and the requirements for vans and signage and all that. So some of that, as these chargers are being installed, then they're going to trigger additional requirements that are in 11B for accessibility. So that's going to handle one of the issues that you're talking about specifically for the accessibility comments that you mentioned earlier.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Just want to make sure again, it's really more of a point that we're going to address later on down the road. Thank you.
I understand, Mike. Thank you. I have Sven.
Yes, sir. Can you?
Go ahead.
Hi, Sven.
Hi, good morning. So I have a quick presentation to sort of show, and I'm hoping you guys can see this. And it goes back to sort of the beginning, and Mike, I apologize, but for the people that aren't EV drivers, there's a whole bunch of us on the line that are, and essentially we want to spread the gospel in that EVs are cheaper. They're more convenient. You ask my wife, she would say she has not gone to a gas station in 7 years.
I'm going to stop you for a minute because we are limited on the amount of time. We only have an 8-hour day. So what I'm getting at,
really fast.
Let me finish. What I'm getting at is we don't need to be sold on the concept of EVs. We know that they're great and we all want to move forward. What we're trying to do is specifically identify the proposed changes we have and what of those changes can be either modified or talked to directly. I don't need a history lesson on EV and where it's come from, please.
Okay.
We need to get to the specifics, so I appreciate it.
Right. I'm just going to go quickly through charging speeds because this is important for people, non-EV drivers, to understand. 50% of people charge with a simple 110 outlet that they have plugged into their garage or through a window in their kitchen. 50% of EV drivers, that's Teslas, that's everybody, charges with a simple 110 outlet. And when you get your EV, you get a charging cable that has a 110 outlet on it, so you are able to charge at 110 immediately. 110 would all EV drivers want that? No. You go to level 2, again, that provides 20 to 35 miles, 30 miles per hour of charging. And then for your long distance travel, you have the fast chargers and supercharging. Where this plays into is EV definitions. You wanted specific code language. Peninsula Clean Energy and Silicon Valley Clean Energy, 2 CCAs in the Bay Area, have come up with specific regulatory language that has been adopted in part or whole by 10, 12 plus municipalities over the last couple of years. And under their definition of EV ready, what we're calling it from a layperson's perspective is visible plug and play, and that there's everything there and it terminates at a receptacle, an outlet, something you can plug into. And that can either be a level 1 outlet as just a simple 110, or it can be a NEMA 1450. Some cars, you can get adapters to plug into 1450 outlets, but it's visible. When I say visible, there's signage right there. And why this is important, and it's been told before, is because if you already have an EV and you see the sign, you say, oh, that's great, I can plug in there. That sign also tells you, especially if it's a 110 outlet, that, hey, if I get an EV, I could plug in there and charge. And third, there's a whole group of people out there, when you ask them, how do you charge an EV? They will expect to say at a fast charger or with a dryer outlet. They don't understand, or not understand, but don't know that a simple 110 outlet, if you're plugged in for 8 hours, you get 30, 40 miles of range, and our typical commutes are less than 40 miles. So that this really provides the power you need. It's not what EV drivers want. They would want a level 2, but what they need and can use is simply a 110 outlet for long dwell times. I'm not talking about highways, that's fast chargers. Now, when you look at the Cal Green code is currently proposed, the Cal Green is currently proposed. There's no signage labeled in that definition at the actual point of the termination. And you can put in a junction box so that if you show up to find that charger or that plug-in point, and that's all you need, you actually can't plug in because there's a junction box there versus an actual outlet that you can use. Both things it's important to note in terms of future-proofing, both the requirements have this 1-inch raceway. So if you put in level 1, it's easy then to pull the copper out and upgrade that copper to load management software. So we're trying to do as cheap as possible at the beginning, but with maximizing the deployment. So this is our proposed definitions of EV ready versus Cal Green. And again, this language is specified in an existing, and it's been approved by the CEC for a number of cities across California. Now, when we talk about EV capable, again, we have two different definitions here. Again, the EV capable comes from Peninsula Clean Energy, Silicon Valley Clean Energy. It is 100% flexible, it's less expensive, and it's visible. So what we're saying is, and this came out of San Francisco, Oakland, and Fremont's work in 2016, and it also reiterated, it's already been commented on, what do they want, is just holes through concrete. We want 100% flexibility. That means if you have a pinch point that you can't get to a series of parking lots, like through a floor or a concrete wall, that you put in raceway at that, well, I'll call it a pinch point because it's easy to visualize. But you don't have to run raceway everywhere because you don't exactly know what you're going to do in the future, because EV capable is for the future. And what's important here is you want to have, when you think about EV capable, just the minimum power requirement of the base 1.4, so that these are long dwell times, workplaces, these are non-residential buildings. So you have long dwell times so people to be able to charge, so a minimum power requirement. And then what's further critical, once that building's sold 2, 3, 5 years later, no one is going to know that there's panel capacity with a sign in the electrical room. You got to have visible signs at those potential parking spaces saying that these are EV capable, because then people will realize, hey, maybe I could charge my car at work. And they'll ask for it, and it will happen, versus the landlord just doing nothing because they may have bought the building. They don't even know that it's EV capable.
So keep going, and let's see if we can finish
Okay,
that.
so EV capable on the Cal Green side, where this is important, it's only 10% flexible because it only covers 10% of the parking spaces. And it's more expensive because every one of those 10% have to have 7.2 kW, and there's only signage at the panel. And so it's invisible, and it's more expensive, and it's less flexible. It's not where we want to get. This is where I'm going to pause, because we're going to then cover what the current proposed language, what we're actually going to do is. And I want to go over again what Peninsula Clean Energy, Silicon Valley Clean Energy wants to do. But I'm going to it's back to you guys first. Thank you so much, by the way.
Okay, thank you. So comments I see on the Zoom call, Sean Denniston, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So with regard to EV ready, I think one of the things that we have seen coming out of a lot of the comments is that charging patterns vary. We've heard some very strong opinions about when you drive this way, charging looks like this. When you drive this way, charging looks like this. But the definition for EV ready is one way of charging. And I think when it comes time to crafting a definition that's going to be used in code, it needs to work for all of kind of the modes of charging. So I think it's important to listen to the voices that have been speaking about different ways of charging, not as conflicting views that should be incorporated into the definition, but multiple views that the definition needs to be able to accommodate. You know, that level 1 does work for some people, level 2 is needed for some other people. I did also want to raise kind of one issue that's a little bit more weedy technical on this one. You know, for level 1, if you're talking about an EV ready space, getting away from the definition here that is requiring 240 volt at 40 amp, we've heard a lot of people talking about level 1, and that kind of EV ready space works really well because that's a standard receptacle. But a 240 or 208 volt branch circuit at 40 amps, there's not a NEMA socket for that. There is no 40 amp socket. Generally, we put a 1450 on that, a 50 amp socket, and we've been allowing that in residential construction for a very long time. But that's the plug also that RVs use, and they often are a 50 amp draw. So if you have an EV ready space with a NEMA 1450 socket on it, you could very easily end up with an RV plugged into it that could pop the circuit because it's drawing more than the 40 amps. So I think that that's just a technical consideration to keep in mind, that the realities of what some of these branch circuits and sockets are going to look like in play. And also that if we're talking about a receptacle, while we are seeing standardization on the car side of chargers, we're not seeing the plug on the car side of the charger. We're not seeing the same kind of standardization on the grid side of these chargers. If you look at chargers right now, when I installed my charger, I had to buy an adapter because my charger's 240 plug did not match the 240 plug that I had for my house. And I see a lot of these chargers come with 4, 5, 6, 7 adapters because there are so many different plugs that they could actually fit into. So I think thinking about that for EV ready, that there's not the same kind of standardization for how you plug in a level 2 charger into a receptacle that there is for level 1 is an important consideration for how you create the policy definition. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Looks like we have Brandon.
Thanks. Apologies if this is covering just some similar ground as my first comment, but I thought I'd note it. I just wanted to note a couple of things here. Firstly, by having EV Ready say a dedicated branch circuit that says one circuit to this one parking space, and that removes the possibility of doing sharing for 140 amp circuit or other amperages across multiple parking spaces up to a reasonable level. I'd also sort of share the comments Sean just made regarding the potential challenges with receptacles. I think that a definition that's worked up in Canada would be an EV ready space is a space with an adjacent outlet, which could be either a receptacle or a junction box at which you could hardwire a level 2 charging station in the future. So again, it's a parking space with an adjacent outlet capable of providing level 2 charging. And then you can also make provisions for a reasonable level of power management on those circuits. You could potentially allow that outlet to be a level 1 receptacle, so allowing for level 1 or level 2, or you could just specify it being level 2. And then if you want to have, potential for less power to be delivered to that space, you're going to be implementing ultimately, you're going to be designing for use of EV energy management systems to be used, where you'd be designing for the ultimate install to have sharing of power between the EVSE across that circuit.
Thank you, Brandon. What would really help is if whoever's proposing, I mean, we can talk about these, but we need something like really concrete. Yeah. So if you can provide how you can improve our definition specifically in code language, that would be fantastic.
Sure thing, will do. And I apologize, it's cold up in Canada. I had to go grab a sweater, so I only caught the last bit of the comment around how to provide that feedback. So I'll look through the agenda here, but if there's any way just to communicate out to everyone again.
Send us an email. Nothing really that's how can I say, procedurally, is an email works really well. It doesn't have to be so structured. Simple emails are fantastic.
Okay.
Just reference, do me a favor and reference the workshop and the date so that we know what it is applicable to. And for all those that have comment and input, if you would like to see specific language, we need you to provide that information so we can kind of see what it is. Along with that, and you need to understand how this works for us, is we don't just get to decide what language is and then it happens. We have to put it out to our process. This is the beginning of the process. It's actually prior to the public process. So this is a workshop to develop language. We need input and we need backup support for that, which includes fiscal impact cost, job creation information. You imagine if you were trying to get everybody convinced that this is a good thing to do, we need the language that supports that so we can show everybody it's a good thing to do and we'll get support. So that's what we ask. This is great information. We want to hear it, but we really want it as a backup. When you're done, you send us that information and we'll work on trying to get that incorporated where we can.
Okay.
I know we'll share that. We've done costing studies, albeit for Canadian jurisdictions, so we'll share links to that. Unfortunately, haven't done anything for California jurisdictions yet, but hopefully that'll be of use. Thanks.
Yes.
Guys.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Brandon.
your comment. Anybody else on Zoom? I don't see any hands. Barbara, you see any hands out there? Okay, nothing. We're going to move on to the phone.
This is Noel Lonnie Derrickson. I'm on Zoom. I'd like
Oh,
to provide some comment.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, didn't see you.
Thank you. This is Noel Lonnie Derrickson with Tesla. Thank you first for coordinating this meeting. Really appreciate all of the comments that we're hearing today. I wanted to just quickly echo the comments made by Alex Umar at ChargePoint. We take no issues with the definitions proposed for EV capable and EV ready, and we appreciate what we've heard today, and we look forward to submitting comments at the January 15th date and continuing conversations with the folks that are on this call. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anybody else on the Zoom call that would like to speak? Okay, I don't see any. We're going to move to the phone lines. Anybody that would like to speak that's on the phone line, please speak up.
Mike Carroll's here. One quick comment on the standardization of plugging. There is some standardization out there that's currently moving forward with both ASTM and other ANSI recognized standards organizations. Maybe that's something that staff or related agencies could look at with respect to referencing the final language that will be proposed back to the code development side.
Okay.
I mean, I know that the general public can do that, but I think that's something that staff should be looking at, that what's currently out there.
Thank you. I appreciate that heads up. Next comment on the phone line. Okay, I think we're good to move on to the next item. Okay, so hearing no additional comments pertaining to items 2C, I'm moving on 2B. I'm sorry, 2B. I'm moving on to item 2C. The Building Standards Commission, along with DSA, we're proposing to change the definition for what used to be defined as urinal hybrid. There's really no change in regulatory effect other than the plumbing code has defined a hybrid urinal, and here's their definition. We're proposing to adopt non-water urinal with drain cleansing action. That's the new title, and it's a non-water urinal that conveys waste into the drainage system without the use of water for flushing and automatically performs a drain cleansing action after a predetermined amount of time. Very similar definition. We put urinal hybrid because hybrid is an actual proprietary name. So to not confuse it with specifying a specific manufacturer, we reversed the verbiage, but now the plumbing code has defined it, so we are proposing to adopt that definition. Any comments pertaining to this definition?
One quick comment, Mike Carroll's here, and it's already done, but I get heartburn when I hear the word water as opposed to the quality or type of water. It's just a comment. Non-potable should have been a little more specific as to the type of water that would be allowed to be used.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Mike. Anybody else? Nothing? I don't see any comments. Okay. Looks like we have a pretty easy one here. Hearing no comments on Zoom or on the phone line, I'm moving on to item 3. And there are several proposals here. Basically, in item 3, we're proposing on behalf of CAR, California Air Resources Board, to amend the definition in section 5.106.5.3 for electric vehicle charging. And I'm going to read the whole code change, the whole code, including the proposed amendment. But all the proposed amendment is underlined, but I'll share that with you right now. So this is for new construction. You shall comply with section 5106.5.3.1 or section 5106.5.3.2 to facilitate future installation of electric vehicle supply equipment, EVSE. And this is the added language: when at least one charging space is required per table 5.106.5.3.3, one space equipped with EVSE shall be installed in addition to the required number of EV charging spaces. And then what's currently in the code here, we reference when EVSE is or are installed, it shall be in accordance with the California Building Code. This is basically talking about 11B and the California Electrical Code. So that is the proposed amendment. And does anybody have any comments pertaining to this? Basically, what this is saying is when you look at table 5.106.5.3.3, this is going to trigger the installation of one charger when you get to it's basically the second column. It's between 10 and 25 vehicles in that table. And then henceforth from there on, even up to over 201 vehicles, it's requiring the installation of one charger. With that said, does anybody have any comments pertaining to this amendment?
You have a list of hands up.
Okay, let's see here. Okay.
Sven here. Yes, I do.
Yeah, go ahead, Sven.
May I please share?
Yeah. Sven, let me
Mike,
I'm gonna go in order. I'm gonna take Bob's and then David Sullivan, then Sven, and then Christian Corby, if that's okay.
Okay.
Bob Raymer first.
Go, Bob. You have the floor.
Hey, thank you. This is Bob Raymer representing the California Building Industry Association, Business Properties Association, Building Owners and Managers Association, and the Apartment Association. And we all strongly support the concept, and we also strongly support the state goals. Where we've got an issue is who's paying for this. And we strongly oppose having the owner developer pay for it. We do think it can happen. That's not the issue. Our issue is that this is a direct revenue stream for the utility, and the electrical utility should be paying for this. And so to the extent that we can somehow look at addressing that issue, that's kind of where we're heading with this. In addition, it's going to be difficult to do, but as we've done in the past, applications should consider occupant behavior, such as an office building where people may be there for 8 hours is vastly different than a strip mall where I might pick up dry cleaning where I'm there for less than 5 minutes. And so the application of this, regardless of who's going to be paying for it, should also take into account the occupant behavior at the site. On a very positive note, we've heard from the Energy Commission that not for non-residential buildings, not for residential, but for non-residential, there will indeed be a compliance credit for EV charging in Part 6. And so once again, you have to comply with Part 6 at the same time you're complying with Part 11 with new construction. We still have to kind of figure out how much that compliance credit is going to be, but every little bit helps incentivize doing what is going to be happening here. On a couple of other notes, Just keep in the back of your head, I'm sure most of you are aware, HCD is also kind of dealing with these issues. And it seems, I'm seeing in the last 2 months a rather significant change in the type of direction that the testimony is coming in. There seems to be very strong support for maybe moving away from EV ready and start considering massive application of level 1 and basically taking that just from the start. And, that's going to, as with all code changes, we're going to have to kind of dip our toe into that, but that seems to make a lot of sense. Depending on how long, cars may be at a particular site. I think where you've got a, multifamily, where you've got secured parking that basically is designated parking, it may make sense to start looking at 120 volt outlet, these types of things. But once again, these are the things we'll be dealing with for the next month. Of course, there's always the issue of grid reliability and all that. We need to coordinate as best we can with the fire marshal on both part 3 and part 9 fire safety issues. That's a given. And you also may want to consider, and I realize this is very difficult to do in a short period of time, but we're probably starting to look, as I mentioned with HCD, sort of moving in a different direction. And perhaps the BSC for commercial would want to start considering alternate methods of compliance. Like, here's one approach that you can use with the EV ready. Here's another approach that you could use under certain circumstances. And that type of an application that's for all sorts of other issues that are in the code. You don't necessarily have a one size fits all, but this way you could easily deal with that strip mall versus an office space where people are there for 8 hours. So that's my comments, and we'll be, of course, providing written comments. Anyway, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Bob, for your comments. Appreciate it. Next, I have David Sullivan.
Hi, this is David Solomon. I'm a supervising architect with the California Department of General Services Real Estate Services Division. Hi, Enrique. Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah. So my comment actually has to do with the format of the change rather than the content per se. In reading the proposed language and reviewing it with some of my colleagues, I found it's a little bit confusing as to what is actually required to be an actual EV charging system versus EV capable. So what I would strongly recommend is that you think about that and put both figures into one table. So you would have a table with the number of total, maybe the number of total EV charging spaces and EV capable spaces, and then the portion of those that actually have to have chargers, so that it becomes very clear what the minimums are for each of those. Because in reading the language now, it looks like the actual charging spaces are in addition to the future charging spaces. In other words, it's just not very clear to me or to my colleagues. And then the second thing is, when you publish this, I think the table 5.106.3.3 that you're showing does not appear to be the current version.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look in. Okay, we'll look into that. Yeah. So just to add clarity to your comment, David. So in this case, in this definition, the tables that you were mentioning, that was done. We're doing that in the voluntary tiers, where we actually have added a separate column for that basically shows when those EVCs are required. So that in the appendix chapter 8.5, you'll see that added column. In this case, because and we can review it. In this case, basically what this is saying is where this is in addition to the EV ready spaces. So any basically one's required when you have 2 or more EV charging spaces required. But we'll look into how we can clarify that. That's very specific.
Yeah, I think the tiers help show that, the tier, the tables in the tier. Also, David, I think what you may be seeing, and this is just a product of the timing of trying to change things before the code language has actually been codified and published and moving forward with more changes. So what I'm looking at in here on page 3 of my document is the table that was changed during the intervening cycle. It was updated to 10%, whereas in the code, it still says 6%. So I think what you're seeing is the change language that was approved in the intervening cycle that may not be in front of you yet.
Yeah, so this
it hasn't been submitted
yeah,
out.
the
to
table that
public.
you're looking at is what's currently being published for that becomes effective July 1, 2021. So this is the most current table. Yeah, thank you, David, for that comment. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the clarifications.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah. I see Sven, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can I show it's easier to show this by slide. If possible, if you can share screen with me, that would be grand.
Yeah, please do this.
All right.
All right there.
Okay, so again, given what we've proposed, this is for non-residential, and this is based on all the work that Peninsula Clean Energy and Silicon Valley Clean Energy put together in 2018, 2019, and into 2020. What we have on the far left is what's currently proposed by Cal Green, and this is a 10% level 2 EV capable plus one additional EV.
I don't see the screen.
Slides. What's that?
Are we supposed to be seeing something?
I
on
don't
the
see
screen?
the
slides.
Yeah, we don't see slides then.
I apologize. Sorry.
Okay.
Are you happy? Good?
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you. I apologize. So we're trying to provide charging for all within a cost-effective manner. And so when we look at what's proposed for 2022, we already have the 10% from the halfway through 18 months ago. And they're adding another EVSC, an actual EVSC per site, just per site, when you have more than 10 spaces. What Peninsula Clean Energy, Silicon Valley Clean Energy have done, have come up, as a number of people have said, they've split use cases. They've looked at office buildings and essentially non-office buildings, which would be commercial, which would be a strip mall, which might be a school. And they've got different requirements depending on use cases and dwell times of those vehicles. So under the office building, and that's the one I'd like to focus on because I've got cost effectiveness calculations comparing the two proposals, the cost of the two proposals, and the differing benefits between what's proposed here under the 2022 Cal Green and the office building scenario. So in essence, it's of all the parking spaces, it's level 2 with an EVSC, 10% of spaces, and then level 1, 10% of the spaces, and that means level 1 with an outlet and signage, and then 30% EV capable or EV ready up to the developer. And then on the non-office building side, 6% level 2 EVSC. And what we'd like to see, given the changes that have happened literally in the last 6 months, which happened, the changes that happened last night, in that we see EV deployments happening much faster than we thought. We'd like to actually move from the Peninsula Clean Energy, Silicon Valley Clean Energy 5% requirement for level 1 to 10%. And then understanding that there are different size parking lots, for every 100 spaces, rather than complying with the 10% level 1, put in fast chargers, okay? And that's per 100, 180 kW fast charger per 100 spaces. And again, you want EV ready signage, you want EV capable signage as applicable, because this is again critical to both telling people that there's charging available, but also educating the general public who have not had the benefit of driving an EV yet. So this is the proposal, and it's different. Again, 10% over here is at full level 2 power for those 10%. Under both of these PCE, Silicon Valley Clean Energy scenarios, it's power management. And this is why we can keep the costs so low. And this is what I'm discussing, power management here very quickly. Again, your typical California driver, individually right now, think about how much you commute pre-COVID. It's typically less than 40 miles. And a level 2 charger charges at 25 miles an hour. So after 1.5 hours of charging, you have charged your 40 miles of the drive of that day. Okay, when you're looking at MUDs, it's like, who moves their EV at 11:30 at night so that somebody else can have access to that one single charger? But if you have them networked together, you can suddenly have a whole bunch of chargers that all provide enough range over that 8 hours that the vehicle has dwell time there. And so, for example, Mike, you plug in first and you have the full level 2 charge. So for half an hour, you suddenly got 12 miles in, but then Enrique plugs in and he's at 3, the charge rate is suddenly slowed, but you're at work, so you can be there for all 8 hours. And that Ron Reiner plugs in. There's a whole bunch of people here plugging in, and we're all at level 1. And again, over the 8 hours, 10 hours that we're plugged in at work, or again, this also applies to anywhere, MUDs, that we're going to get our 40 miles of range that we drove that day. And this load management really reduces the cost, because the primary cost when you look at installing EV infrastructure, it's not running conduit. It's really about bringing power in and putting that power into the electrical panel and the number of transformers and the size of the electrical room that you're going to need that drives the cost of EV charging. By using load management, we can really reduce the cost.
We understand, and what we really want, we want this information because it's really helpful for the actual rulemaking process that we go through. But since we're not actually going to be making any determinations today on rulemaking, we're just reviewing what's being proposed and gathering comment. This is super important information, and we'd love to have that info. Additionally, you've provided it to us already, but additional information if you have it, and we'll look at that as we develop the language to go out for the proposal. But I don't want to take everybody's time telling us and educating us on how EV charging works at this stage. We're really trying to stay focused on what's in front of us. We still have quite a bit to go through today, and we're getting 2 hours in. So
okay, so I'm going to go.
But let's see if we can be more concise.
Okay, so what's important here is the cost between putting in new and retrofitting, and it's 3 to 4x times the cost. And when you compare the 2 current proposals, this is the cost as a capital budget. The Peninsula Clean Energy of over the entire budget of a 20,000 square foot building, $8 million, 0.7%. The Cal Green currently is proposed is essentially 0.6%, a very small delta increase in cost. And the benefits you get is half of if the full parking lot, half of them are served, only 12% of them are served within that larger parking lot. And again, the cost per port is a third. So this is really cost effective and really serves a lot more at a very small increment. And then the benefits on the environmental side, on our clean air side, there's a much larger reduction in the amount of tons here. Again, this proposal is 202,000 tons versus this is the emissions. So you have much greater emissions under the Cal Green because people can't charge, so they are still bound to drive gasoline. And then when you look at the actual savings to the people driving the EVs, because you can put more EVs in and charge more, that savings is nearly over double that. Finally, we think about, you wanted a rationale why we're doing this, and there's huge numbers of reasons to have as much charging as we can. We know that retrofitting is crazy expensive. PG&E is spending $18,000 per port to retrofit right now. And if we set code right now, it's going to be finished in 2030. 2030, we're going to have $4 or $5 million EVs driving around. We shouldn't have to retrofit those buildings from day one because building turnover is too slow. It's not fair. Again, we talked about equity, but it's really not fair. Those people that could benefit the most, that have the longer drives, they need this type of charging. They need that charging. It's going to be really hard to get it to where they live. They need it at workplace. And like Tom Cabot said, daytime charging is good for the grid. And where do people want to charge? They want to charge at home and they want to charge at work. And my wife would say, again, just ask her. And as the physician, she would also say, hey guys, this is critical. This is about our clean air and climate change. Thanks.
Thank you, Sven. Appreciate it. I'm moving on to, I have Christian Kirby. You have the floor.
Hello, my name is Christian Corby. I'm the Deputy Executive Director at the California Electric Transportation Coalition. And I want to thank everyone, at the Building Standards Commission for putting this on today. It's been a very informative and robust discussion. So I'll try to keep my comments brief. We at CalETC would like to advocate for an increase in the percentages of EV capable and the required EVSEs across the board. So from 10 to 15% of the required, and then in tier 1 and tier 2, respectively increased to 20 and 25%. And then I would like to echo Sven's comments about the cost savings around retrofitting. That is there is a lot of money to be saved by installing this infrastructure up front. At the same time, we would like to see some triggers for parking that is repaved or gut rehabilitations or panel capacity upgrades when a requirement to install EV ready infrastructure would be required. If you're going to be doing these retrofits, might as well put in the necessary infrastructure. And then to respond to Bob Raymer's comments, Bob, we should have a conversation offline because I think CalETC represents the electric utilities, and I think that this your suggestion that the utilities help pay for this infrastructure is an appropriate one, and I think that's something that the utilities have been responsive to in other areas where infrastructure upgrades are needed. So I have on my to-do list to reach out to you and let's have a conversation about that and see what kind of programs we can develop for that. I would caution, however, that although we do need to take into account, the EV driver behavior at certain buildings. I mean, obviously at workplaces where there's long dwell times, we're definitely going to want more charging. But at other commercial buildings where there may be turnover in the types of businesses that exist there, I think we don't necessarily want to base our standards on whether or not there's a dry cleaner in a strip mall. I will say also that the alternative means of compliance is a smart option. I think if some builders can get together and they could design a charging hub in the area and collaboratively build or work with EVSPs to install infrastructure, I think that's certainly a smart way of going about it. So thank you all very much for this discussion today, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Christian. We appreciate your comments. Have Dylan, you have the floor.
Hi, good morning. Dylan Jaff here on behalf of the Electric Vehicle Charging Association. First, we'd like to thank the Commission for its work this past year on the Cal Green Building Code. On this portion, there's one thing I'd like to comment on. We noticed the percentage of non-residential EV spaces required remains at 10%. And with each code cycle, we've seen the Commission steadily increase this. In light of the recent 2035 executive order, we feel there's a greater need to scale up the deployment of charging infrastructure. Getting parking spaces EV ready is one of the easiest and most effective ways to prevent deployment barriers down the road. So what we'd like to do is we'd like to respectfully request that the Commission increase the requirement to 20% in this code cycle.
Okay. Thank you, Dylan, for your comment.
Enrique?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Are you continuing on with Zoom? Or are you going to allow folks on the phone to be able to add comments to the previous speaker?
Well, I think if it's relevant to Dylan's
It's
comments.
specific to the individual that just spoke.
Yeah, that's Dylan. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Again, as an EV early adopter and driver, I would totally concur with his comments. 20% is a reasonable number, and I think if we were to do the research and have the data, it would support that increase to 20%.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I see Vanessa. You have the floor.
Thanks. I want to support Sven's proposal, and I just want to add in a couple of other considerations. One is, and also speak to the comments about behavior. I do think it's important to differentiate, and I know that the PCE REACH codes have differentiated between use. And I also want to encourage, as you're looking at this code, to encourage you to think about not just not just Bob picking up his laundry, but think about the woman who's doing his laundry, who needs to park at work. So keep in mind that for retail, there's both an employee and a customer, and they have different needs in that same location. So, so having, and we know from COVID safe occupancy requirements that approximately 10% at any given time in a retail environment are employees. I also want to point out respectfully, I don't think 20% is going to cut it in a brand new building in 2024, which is really what we're talking about right now. That's 6 years out from the 5 million mandate. And I also want to point out, we've been operating up until, hallelujah, today, we've been operating in a reality in which we have no federal legislation. We've got no backup from federal policy for EV adoption encouragement, really. I mean, there's a little bit, but nothing like what the climate crisis and the clean air crisis requires. That is about to change. And if California wants to maintain its lead and stay out in front and accommodate the actual increases we are going to see, we have to go beyond what we used to think was politically feasible or technologically required. I think we're going to see what Janelle was referring to, that 50%, which used to sound crazy. It's not going to sound crazy in a couple of years. So please just take that into account. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your comment, Vanessa. Alex, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo Dylan's comments earlier about increasing the percentage. And I'll also point out that men and women can do laundry. So Vanessa, I'm sure you didn't mean that, but just point out, yeah, could be a man
you are
that's doing the
absolutely
laundry.
right. The guy who does his laundry. There's a woman who does my mom's laundry, so that's what made me think of her. But yeah,
Regulations, please. We really need to stay focused on the regs, okay?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else on the Zoom? Barbara? I don't see anybody.
I have a comment, if I may. Alaric Robinson, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. You might want to speak a little louder so we can hear you.
Okay, my question is twofold. One, as I work for JGM, we are a construction management company. And basically, what incentive are you going to have for compliance? We do a lot of K-14 projects, and we've done some EV installations at San Jose City College's extension in Milpitas. Our concern is are we going to get some incentives for lead points, and what are those points are, and how are we lobbying that? So that'd be a great incentive for us to put in our specs and make them district standards. And secondly, how are we going to actually, roll this out and ramp up? Because all the information I'm hearing is that, manufacturers are switching over to, by the time this is put in place, half of the fleets are going to be electric by Ford, GM, and everybody else. So I think we do need to look at increasing the number, but we need to know what kind of financial incentives are going to be made available from the state and the federal level, and also what kind of lead points are we going to get so that this could be part of being certified as LEED Platinum.
Well, Alex, this is Mike of the Building Standards Commission. We certainly understand the desire for the increased percentages. We're hearing a lot of that, and we hear you guys. But as far as the lead item, CalGreen isn't a lead document. It doesn't work in a points-based system. So whether you get lead points is kind of irrelevant to our situation. If you're dealing with a jurisdiction that is requiring lead, then absolutely you can probably get some points or advantages there. But as far as the Cal Green statewide code, we don't do points. It's a mandatory code. And then if, as a jurisdiction would like to go further, that's what the tier 1 and the tier 2 requirements come in. Then they can require that at the local level, which in that jurisdiction then would have a higher requirement for the EV. So lead points is not going to be really addressed here, but we understand the increased percentage requests. So we understand.
Thank you. Appreciate the comment. Let's see.
We want to consider adding that as part of what we do, because you can't have the challenge that we have in actual implementing and executing all these rules is that they don't tie together and they're not consistent. So if one agency is saying, oh, we don't do this, I think it'd be helpful if there's a discussion between the lead people and also at the DSA level with the other kind of sustainability requirements that are out there, that they all link together. So I would respectfully request that a dialogue be established between these entities.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate the comment.
Guy Halls had his hand up.
Okay, Guy, you have the floor.
Thank you. So first of all, I appreciate this opportunity to speak. This is a very important topic, and I want to address the issue on whether we should be expanding the 10% or even 20% to something substantially more. And what I want to do is to draw from some of the experience that we had of over 10 years of piloting EV infrastructure. I think that can help guide some of our paths. I mean, at the beginning, we all strive for everywhere we wanted level 2. I mean, that was the goal that we had. We tried to achieve. And those pilots, those EV pilots in public garages were very effective in encouraging EV adoption. But as their success grew, congestion followed. And the ability for the charging infrastructure to meet the demands of the car owners diminished as owners competed for a limited number of charging spaces. And it becomes particularly critical for residents without charging at home, such as those families in older homes or apartments or complexes. Now, what I want to make sure that we avoid doing is just say, well, we'll start effectively managing this resource through what I call space sharing, forcing charging space turnover to meet those needs. And the rationale being that if 4 hours is good enough or 2 hours is good enough to charge what most people need, we want them to move their car out of that space and into and let another car move in. So it sounds kind of rational from a resource usage, but what it's done is to push the costs and the responsibilities for charging onto the local businesses and employees. Each EV drivers must interrupt meetings or their work to move their car, typically a 30-minute task or longer.
Oh, you locked up.
No, I think we just froze up.
Oh, we did?
Oh,
No, I see the other people moving.
Yeah. Hey, Guy, we can't hear you. It seems like your screen's locked up. Hey, Guy, can you hear me?
Move off and you can try again.
Yeah, maybe if you want to take the next comment, and when Guy comes back,
Okay.
Ryan can finish his
Hey,
comment.
Josh, if you can hear me, you have the floor. We're gonna we'll let Guy continue his conversation once he gets a better connection. I think it's in his end.
I think it's him.
Josh, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me on the Zoom call?
Yes, we
I'm
can.
able to hear you, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So-
Enrique, this is Josh. Sorry about
Oh,
that.
okay, you're back.
I did the button, but I didn't do the online thing. My apologies.
Okay, no worries.
In this case, and I recognize what you guys said, but just to put some at ease, I'm speaking as the lead steering committee chairman at the moment. These qualifications that you guys have put here would help qualify for the electrical vehicle both point requirement or point gathering opportunity in the new LEED v4.1. So you guys have already done the great work. So
Well, we kind of figured that was the case, but thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Appreciate your comment. Guy, are you out there? Okay, we're gonna move to the phone lines and see if Guy Hall can get a better connection. Moving to the phone lines now. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to this code proposal? Not hearing any. Okay, so we'll get to Guy when he gets a better connection. At this time, I'm going to move to a related item, which is the basically carrying forward, the concept of an EV installed charger. We're proposing to change the tier options, and so we're proposing basically we've added a table to identify where the additional number of required EVSEs are, and this basically is triggered when you have 10 to 25 vehicles. It's going to require one. Then when you get between 51 and 75 total parking spaces, that's going to require two, and so on. And so basically, at 200 parking spaces, it will require 5. And then that's the tier 1, and then tier 2 basically just increases the numbers. So and it basically what it is for tier 1. At 15% of total parking spaces, it's going to require 3% to be EVSEs. And then for tier 2, when you get to 20% above 201 or 201 and over, it's going to require 5% of that total to be EVSE. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to those code proposals for tier 1 and tier 2? Let's see here.
Are those in writing somewhere that you can share with us?
Yeah, they're at the page 4 and 5 of the
on the agenda.
Code change for items 3A and 3B.
Yeah, if you go to, I guess I would say, if you don't have those and haven't had the opportunity to look at them, they're on our CVSE website. But I could share. Let's see here. Well,
You can share that on screen now. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
So let's do it.
Okay. So Barbara, how are we going to do this here?
Okay.
That's why.
Do you have your document open?
Yeah, it's going to be here as part.
Okay, so pick your document, open it. And then go back into Zoom.
And this is, let me get to it first.
Okay.
So I don't necessarily see me scrolling. Okay, here we go. I want to minimize this a little bit. Okay, we're almost there. Okay, back to.
And then go back to Zoom. Oh, yeah, click on the picture over there. Remember the little green arrow in the bar of your mouse?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Right there,
And then share screen.
And then whichever one, it's this
It's
one?
right there, yeah,
And go ahead and
there
click
we
it. Click the one you want and then hit.
Okay, folks, so here, here is the proposed code change for those that didn't have it printed or did not have the opportunity to view it ahead of time. So this is the table we're talking about. As you can see here, we've added a tier 1 third column to identify specifically the number of required EVSEs that are going to be installed if somebody adopts a tier 1 in their jurisdiction. And then we have the same for a tier 2. So this is for local jurisdictions that amend the Cal Green Code to include a tier. This would be the requirement. So does anybody have any comments pertaining to these proposed code changes?
Ben Thiessen here. I do. Sorry, gents, no presentation this time, though, just some anecdotal real evidence. I want to talk about what Guy spoke of, which is congestion. As an EV consultant, I was supporting one of our Silicon Valley companies that had installed an awful lot of level 2 charging, and people were just charging and sitting on it for the day. And that provided a lot of a lot of anger between the employees and nasty notes left on EVs that were parked all day, knowing that they didn't need to be there. And so rather than adding, again, breaking it up on a Silicon Valley clean energy basis, it would be much more sensible to put in a lot more lower power charging, a lot more chargers, but not with load sharing, not at these high power amounts. But it is important to get these numbers up. So I applaud you guys for doing that, but it should be just more access to power versus giving it to a few that get there first. That's what really happened, was the people that got there first in the morning would sit on the charger, and it would require phone calls to VPs to get them to move. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sven. Any more comments from the Zoom callers?
This is Noelani Derrickson with Tesla again. We appreciate the proposals by CARB and those discussed today on this agenda item, both parts A and B for non-residential buildings. Tesla believes that the mandatory requirements for one level 2 charger are reasonable, and the voluntary tier 1 and tier 2 requirements are useful as a starting point. Both parts A and B are important initial steps, but don't go far enough to meet the light duty vehicle goals that we have in California. So in order to meet those goals, we recommend 3 additional proposals. So first, echoing comments from Christian Corby at Cal ETC and Dylan Jaff at California EV Charging Association, we strongly recommend an increase to the 10% EV capable requirement to 20% EV capable. Many cities across North America have already successfully adopted a 20% EV ready or higher requirement. So we'd like to see that in California across the board. Second, to include existing non-residential buildings in EV capable requirements based on several key trigger points. So including new paneling, repaving, and major renovations. Most California buildings are several decades old and require renovations and upgrades from time to time. So when those renovations and upgrades occur, we believe those actions should trigger the building to then meet EV capable code requirements. Third, to establish an alternative compliance pathway for DC fast charging incorporation, which would provide non-residential building and property owners optionality to install the EV charging stations that best serve their building needs. So this is echoing some of the comments on thinking about types of charging needs based on parking time. So depending on the type of non-residential building and the typical amount of time a vehicle is parked at that location, a higher power level of EV charging and EV capable infrastructure is desired. So for example, a typical customer at a pharmacy or a convenience store will park and shop for roughly 30 minutes to an hour. That's a parking time that's best served by DC fast charging instead of level 2. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We look forward to providing written comments on this topic.
Thank you, appreciate that. Let's see, we have Dylan. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, hi, thank you. Dylan Jaff again here on behalf of the Electric Vehicle Charging Association. There's 2 items here that we would like to comment on. First, one item that many groups have discussed is the possibility of alternative compliance pathway to encourage the build out of make-ready infrastructure to support high-powered level 2 charger and DC fast chargers. Echoing, that sentiment, there's important charging use cases that we need more infrastructure for that we're currently overlooked by existing building standards. While we'd like to respectfully ask the Commission in conjunction with the Air Resources Board to work together to design these pathways and make sure it supports both DC. Additionally, while we support the requirement mandating the install of one level 2 charging station, we would like to ask the Commission to amend this requirement to specify that charger be networked. Network charging provides important benefits that enhance the charging experience for both drivers and can have grid benefits as we see more application of power sharing down the road. We are concerned that developers will ultimately, more than often, not choose the least costly option, which creates a missed opportunity for these benefits. So we really want to ensure that all Californians have access to and benefit from charging infrastructure throughout the state. And we want to thank the commission again for their continued work on this code, and we hope to continue with our work with the commission moving forward.
Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate your comment. I see Vanessa. Would you like to speak? Let's see. I'm moving on to Sean.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I just really briefly want to echo what Sven said and reiterate my earlier comment, but in this context about increasing the number. I very much appreciate that there are tier 1 and tier 2 options that do increase it. I just would really encourage you to think much bigger, much more ambitiously, given the nature of the crisis we're facing. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Vanessa. Sean? Sean?
Your audio is not working, Sean.
Sean, your audio is not working. We cannot hear you.
Maybe turn your computer volume up.
Okay, well, that's getting handled. I'm gonna move on to Alex. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll keep it quick. Just wanted to echo the comments from Tesla and from the Electric Vehicle Charging Association. Fully support those.
Okay, thank you. Sean, are you there? Okay, I'm gonna go to I'm gonna move to the phone lines. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to these proposed code changes?
This is Guy Hall.
Hi, Guy.
And I apologize for having failed my internet connection before. In fact, can we add building code requirements for internet connections? Boy, use that.
Yeah.
Anyway, when appropriate, if I could address the earlier, I guess 3A or.
Yes.
Yeah, we're still there.
Yeah,
we're still there.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. And I don't know how far I got in my discussion before I realized I was alone.
You were talking about congestion, and I think that's where the connection failed.
Thank you. I appreciate that cue now. So, yeah, the initial success we had led to congestion, and that then turned a lot of potentially EV drivers off. So they had to fight for that space, had to move the cars in and out. And I have a couple examples that are not just hypothetical, but these are real life examples of the challenge that we do when we have limited number of even level 2s. A university student had poor options use. I mean, either he had wanted to avoid paying a fine for overstaying a charging space. That meant using a break before the class to move the EV out and risk not having enough charge to go home, or miss a portion of the next class to move the car after sufficient charge, or the third option of wait for a full charge and move the car at the next classroom break, which is risk of a citation for staying too long. Another is actually more in traditional businesses, a business meeting leader, actually a utility that was leading a, believe it or not, a session reviewing the progress that they made on their EV program and adoption by their community on EVs. He apologized. He actually had to apologize for stepping out of the meeting to move his vehicle or not overstay the space. This was a second level manager that had to move out. The more one that's personal to me at home is when I mentioned that to a labor and delivery nurse, hospital nurse, who also happens to be my wife, fortunate enough there. She hit me on the side of the head saying, am I asking her to move the car and ask an expected mother to stop pushing while she went out and moved her car? Her answer was absolutely no way. Of course, she's not going to drive an EV because of that situation. So the answer, the proven answer from our experiments and our knowledge of all these pilots is, as I guess Sven and others have suggested, charging access for all. And we may not be able to have a level 2 for everybody, but at least sharing the level 2s or providing a mix of large number of level 1s with some level 2s we need to increase the number of spaces that have access to charging rather than trying to force organizations and businesses to work around this limitation that we build into the system. So I ask you to please consider broad expansions in the number of electrified charging locations to meet this upcoming anticipation of electric vehicles and to support the state in reaching its goals. So thank you, and I appreciate the flexibility that everybody's shown in with my limited via internet.
No problem.
No worries, Guy. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate them. Anybody else on the phone lines that would like to comment? Okay, not hearing any any more comments on Zoom or the phone lines.
There's a few on Zoom.
I'm sorry?
There's some.
All of a sudden. Okay.
Is this still on 3, the number of parking spaces?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, this is, yes.
Thank you. My name is Dan Kegel. I'm in Los Angeles. And I note that the city of Los Angeles and several other cities have been using 30% of parking spaces required to be EV capable in their recent codes for non-residential. And in LA, the minimum number of spaces is 1 in all conditions. And I think that that's really important for the future, because unless you see an EV ready space that's marked as such, it's kind of hard for people to believe that EVs are an option. So I think the minimum should be 1, the percentage should be 20 or 30, and there should be a signage requirement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Alex, would you like to comment?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, and I see.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I don't see anybody else on the Zoom call.
No.
Okay, and no one else on the line. So at this point, I'm going to move on to agenda item number 4. And VSC is proposing on behalf of the California Air Resources Board to introduce a new code section for, it's going to be proposed section 5.106.5.4 electric vehicle EV charging for medium duty and heavy duty vehicles in new construction. And this is what the code proposed code change is. Construction shall comply with sections 516.5.3.1 or sections 5106.3.2 to facilitate future installation of electric vehicle supply EVSE, construction for warehouses, grocery stores, and retail stores with planned loading docks, and also comply with sections 5.106.5.4.1 for future installation of medium duty and heavy duty EVSE. When EVSEs are installed, it shall be in accordance with the California Building Code and California Electric Code as follows. So very similar to our light duty current codes. I don't know that I need to read the proposed code changes here, and the requirements are very similar to what's currently codified. And I'm assuming that folks have had the opportunity to review these proposed code changes. It's new. We have a table that talks about what the code requirements based on floor square footages for warehouses and retail, a separate column for grocery retail stores. And so does anybody have any comments pertaining to this proposed code change? Let's see. Yeah, so Ms. Derrickson, would you like to speak?
Hi, thank you. This is Noelani Derrickson, again with Tesla. Tesla is fully aligned behind the goal to electrify medium and heavy duty vehicles and provide charging infrastructure to serve those vehicles. So we really appreciate the intent behind CARB's recommendation here. However, medium and heavy duty vehicles and their charging needs are very different from those of light duty vehicles, and thus can't leverage EV ready building codes in the same way. And I'll break that down a little bit. Medium and heavy duty vehicles have very different power charge rates. So it depends on the use case and the operational schedules. For instance, for heavy duty vehicles, many could require a higher power charge than what we see available in the market today, closer to 700 kilowatts plus. So in contrast to light duty electric vehicles, the medium and heavy duty space we anticipate will be primarily vehicle fleets instead of owners of singular vehicles. So as such, the charging to serve those vehicles are considered on a fleet level instead of a singular passenger vehicle level. Medium and heavy duty fleets also have very different duty cycles. So also known as the time that the medium and heavy duty vehicle is in operation versus when it's parked, and differentiated vehicle routes depending on the type of fleet. For example, a fleet A could be doing package deliveries to many different locations daily, and fleet B could have a standard pickup and drop off location. Fleet C could have all vehicles parked primarily at a dedicated parking lot, separate from commercial pickup and drop off locations. So each of those fleet examples have different duty cycles, different times when the vehicles could be charged while they're parked, different logistic requirements for charging, where that should be located, as well as different power charge levels depending on the vehicle type and the parked time. So as such, at this time, we recommend against adopting a mandatory medium and heavy duty building code proposal for EV infrastructure installation at new warehouses, grocery stores, and retail stores that have loading docks, because we believe it incorrectly assumes that all medium and heavy duty vehicles would ideally locate charging stations at or near a facility with a loading dock. There are also other places, charging depots, dedicated parking lots, ports, factories may be preferred locations given the fleet needs. And this regulation would, as we read it, discourage that optimal build out. It also implies that infrastructure for level 2 or DC fast charging at current power levels would adequately serve all types of medium and heavy duty fleet needs. We know that some DC fast charging might serve medium and heavy duty vehicles, but we expect for definitely the higher level vehicles will need much more power beyond what exists today. So as such, this code is not future-proofed for the realities of medium and heavy-duty vehicle fleets. Importantly, the size of infrastructure needed to serve these vehicles has limited to no direct relationship with the size of the warehouse or grocery store. That's a really important point. As such, we think there's a real risk of this code for unnecessary and costly infrastructure build-out, both underbuilding level 2 or DC fast charging when the vehicles may need much higher levels of charging, and a risk of overbuilding in locations where the fleets don't actually need to charge, where there might be a more optimal location for charging. So again, we fully support the intent of the proposal to encourage EV infrastructure readiness for medium and heavy duty vehicles. We feel at this time, due to the nascency of the industry and the extremely varied charging needs and vehicles in this space, and the high cost to get this wrong, we recommend this proposal not move forward as currently drafted. And at the very minimum, it must not be mandatory. It should be optional in an amended form so that we can study how it's used, how these deployments are built out, and how this could be altered to benefit these vehicles and charging infrastructure. That's it for my comments. We look forward to writing this as well and continuing this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the comment. Let's see, I have Christian Corby. You have the floor.
Thank you. Again, this is Christian Corby from Cal ETC. And I'd like to echo Tesla's comments and just also add that we're concerned about the design of the regulation being centered around loading docks, and it's not clear to us, at least right now, that loading docks will be utilized at grocery stores and retail locations with dwell times that would require, or not require, but that would need charging. And that some of those trucks may not need to charge because they'll arrive fully charged. Probably more importantly is that this poses a potential problem for building owners because utilities have rules that require cost recovery when a customer overbuilds their infrastructure. And these penalties can be fairly significant when the overbuild or the power supply design is very large. So we recommend also that these requirements remain optional at this time, and further study be completed to see how best the green building codes can suit medium and heavy duty charging infrastructure. Oh yeah, one last thing. It would be very useful to have the table at the end in kilowatts instead of amps. That would be a little bit easier for us to understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Bruce, you have the floor.
Thank you, Enrique. And this is Bruce Tudor from the Air Resources Board. It was my group that put forward this very initial proposal. And what I want to say, and maybe this may save some time in comments, hopefully. We put forward initially a very maximum case scenario, if you will, knowing that we would need some modifications. We've actually been working with a number of folks in the industry. We have been working very closely with the California IOUs, and we've actually already thought about a number of changes. If I may, for just a moment, I want to, and one of the things that was just addressed was the last table, changing from amperage to kilowatts. One of the things we're absolutely looking at doing. Enrique, would it be okay if I shared my screen for just a moment?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, just a second here. Can you all see that?
Yes, we can.
All right, this is just a few of the changes that we're really seriously considering. Again, after speaking with a number of folks in the industry, we knew that the maximum case scenario wasn't where we probably needed to be, but that's where the conversation started. So, as you can see, we're moving from kind of the loading dock perspective, which I've heard a number of comments on, to more of a building with off-street loading spaces. We're not actually suggesting that the building code plans require that the charger be at the loading dock. We do think that there may be some opportunity charging demand at a lot of places, but again, it may well not be at the loading dock itself. So what we've seen, and I won't leave this up here for too long, but basically what we're looking at, and again, what we've heard from industry is causing us to look at, is really even more of a minimal infrastructure installation to a few points that would be likely to be able to feed charging stations throughout the facility. So I just wanted, like I said, that may actually relieve a lot of the comments that we're hearing or that we might hear. And we'd always be happy to talk to any of you, after this to help us refine this even more. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen here and say thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate the clarification on that. Let's see. We have, looks like Alex, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I can make this quick, echoing some of the comments from Tesla and CaliTC. Just making sure that, one, we're thinking about the future mobility patterns of medium and heavy duty vehicles. And we're also just thinking about the cost and where we can be most effective with charging stations. I think it's good to look at the docks, but we want to be mindful that it's often the trailers that are getting loaded, not the trucks. They're often parked elsewhere. So studying kind of the patterns of where the trucks are actually dwelling. And this can include the long dwell parking spots that they spend most of their time at. And then, just thinking through use cases, often they are parked for a long time. So level 2 could be appropriate. It does not need to be exclusively fast charging chargers that we're looking at. And L2s can be obviously much more cost efficient. So yeah, we'll follow up with written comments, but just wanted to flag a couple of those issues. I think one thing on the wording is just the definition for the location. So rather than saying at a loading dock, it could be a place with a loading dock. So the charger doesn't actually have to be specifically at that dock, but at a facility that has a dock, because the truck itself might not be parked right at the dock, but close by. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I'm moving on to Chris Chavez.
Yes, this is Chris Chavez with Coalition for Clean Air again. To be perfectly honest, I'm not as familiar with the ins and outs of this proposal, and we haven't really reviewed it. But I do want to make a general comment about support for electric charging infrastructure for medium and heavy duty vehicles. Just speaking from personal experience, I live a mile away from the 710 freeway, which is the major goods movement corridor from the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles to the warehouses and rail yards in East LA and the Inland Empire. If you look at the level of diesel particulate matter in this region, 75% of the air toxic cancer risk in the South Coast Basin is from diesel exhaust. And that risk is even higher in communities like mine, which is an AB 617 community. So I certainly understand and know that this is a complicated proposal, a complicated issue, but certainly want to urge the Building Standards Commission to consider and develop a plan to best deploy electric vehicle and accommodate electric vehicle technology for the medium and heavy duty space. Again, whether or not CARB's proposal, which we're generally on the same page as CARB on many issues, is exactly what we're looking for, but certainly don't want to stymie the development and deployment of electric vehicles in this space.
Great, thank you, Chris. Appreciate that comment. It looks like I don't see any more hands raised in the Zoom. I'm going to move on to the phone lines. Does anybody have a comment pertaining to this code change on the phone line? I think we're clear. Okay. All right. Let's see. We have, what time is it? Okay, 11:33. Yeah, we're going to proceed. I'm moving on to agenda item 5.
4, I think it is.
No, I think that's.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You already done that one?
Yeah, already done with that one. Yeah. So moving on to agenda item 5. These proposed code changes are for in the appendix chapters A5.504.4.8 for thermal insulation tier 1. Also A5.504.4.8.1 thermal insulation tier 2, and then we have also proposed code changes for acoustic ceilings and wall panels. And so I am moving on to item 5A. This item is co-adopted by DSA. So our proposal is to move the voluntary requirement in thermal insulation to mandatory. So we're proposing to add a new code section that is 5.504.6 thermal insulation, and it's basically just moving it from mandatory to voluntary. I mean, from voluntary to mandatory. And it's also during this intervening code cycle, we amended the code for the requirements to meet the CDPH, California Department of Public Health, for the requirements, VOC limits. And in addition to that, like we did in thermal insulation, we added the requirement for verification of compliance, similar to other code proposals that we've done for VOC limits. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to moving thermal insulation from voluntary into mandatory. Okay, Josh, you have the floor.
Yes, Enrique, thank you very much. Josh Jacobs with UL. Again, I want to certainly applaud the commission on moving these important requirements from the tier section into the mandatory. And if it's okay to save everyone time, energy, and effort, I'm going to speak on A, B, and C, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
That way, everyone, it's going to be the same comments. So
Okay.
save everyone time. No PowerPoints, no nothing. Just we'll also submit it in writing. But greatly appreciate the move. This is a great idea, getting more products to ensure lower emitting materials. The issue is the reference standard at the moment. There is nothing in the marketplace that shows a product is certified to these standards that you're referencing. So whether it's coming up with a new way in the verification of compliance area, or referencing other standards that are readily available in the marketplace at the moment, the website that you're listing there, you're requiring architects, designers, specifiers, buildings owners, building operators, anyone who's having to purchase these products to meet the code. You're having them go to a website, then they're having to click 2 or 3 more times to understand if the product is actually meeting. That I don't want to speak for Bob's constituents or any architects or designers, but I can't imagine that clicking 4 or 5 times through different websites to try and find out if something is compliant with a code, a state of California code, meets the necessary time and effort to meet the code. So we'll certainly be submitting what we believe our changes or what the changes should be. But again, we do support the concept. Just the current language is not what's best for the marketplace in terms of showing compliance.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate your comment. Wes Sellens.
Enrique, hey, Wes Sellens, USGBC. Thanks for doing this hearing or this meeting today, and especially for this item. Strongly support bringing thermal insulation and acoustical ceilings and wall panels into the mandatory portions of the standard. I think it's a great update to protect public and human health indoor buildings. And I just want to say that, you know, Josh makes some good points, so we should work on the language, and happy to do that with you. And, you know, very similar requirements are found in LEED and part of the model IGCC code, so maybe there's some language there as well. And in LEED, the low emitting materials credits are some of the most achieved, and I'd say most projects get those, which make this, you know, suitable for something that's broadly adopted as mandatory. So just look forward to working with you all to help make the language as good as it can be. And if you need any support from us, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you, Wes. I appreciate that comment. I don't see anybody else. I don't see any more, no one on the Zoom call that would like to speak. I'm going to go to the phone lines now. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to this agenda item? Actually, it could be 5A and 5C for thermal insulation. We'll start with thermal insulation. Anybody have any comments pertaining to this proposed code change? Okay, I'm going to move on to item 5C, which is also co-adopted by DSA. And this is basically, once again, moving acoustical ceiling and wall panels from voluntary into mandatory into section 5.504.4.7. And additionally, also adding the requirement for verification of compliance. And then also, as a result of these new added code sections, we're going to make an editorial change for environmental tobacco smoke, just changing the number to follow the proposed code sections. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to this proposed code change for acoustical ceiling and wall panels? Okay, I don't see anybody on the Zoom. On the phone lines, would anybody like to comment pertaining to this proposed code change? Okay, moving on to.
I think this would be a
good time.
reasonable time to.
30-minute break.
to consider a 30-minute break so that people can get up, move around, use the restroom, grab some food.
Okay, folks, so great point.
Before we go to DSA.
Yeah, Mike Neerman has made a great suggestion to take a break. Before we move on, let's see. Hold on, let me just finish up this agenda 5A before we go on break, and then DSA will be up after this. So in addition to that, we made, of course, in the rulemaking, we have to repeal when we're moving forward from voluntary to mandatory. We also have item 5B that is not adopted by DSA, and this is basically changing for thermal insulation. We had to, of course, change the tier 2 now becomes tier 1 because of what we're proposing is mandatory. And then this just basically is editorial where we're striking the code language, moving it from voluntary to mandatory. So with that said, let's take a 30-minute break, and then we'll proceed with DSA's proposed code changes for public schools and community colleges.
It's currently about 20 minutes too, so we'll right around 10 after, quarter after, we'll come back.
Yeah, quarter after. Perfect. So at 12:15, we will proceed with our workshop. Thank you so much.
Freeze the camera. Thank you.
Twelve 15. Man, I had a freaking panic attack. Didn't find my introductory. I couldn't find my little spiel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's why I was like,
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's a workshop.
ah.
You're not on mute, Enrique.
What's that?
You're not on mute.
There, and here we go. Okay, folks, we're ready to get started. So before we have Ida Claire present the GSA proposed code changes, we received a couple written comments that I'd like to, just for the record. First of all, I'd like to see if Ann Dorsey is on this Zoom call. If so, please raise your hand. Okay. And then we had another comment from Angelina Rahimi from Aura Planning. If you're there, please raise your hand. Okay, so so for the record, I'm just gonna read what the proposals are, starting with Ann Dorsey. She's proposing in office buildings a 10% level 2 EVSE, a 10% level 1 EV ready, and 30% EV capable or EV ready. That's for office buildings. And then for commercial buildings, of all parking spaces, 6% level 2 EVSE, level 2, and 5% level 1 EV ready, and over 100 spaces, an option for an 80 kW DC fast charger per 100 spaces. And those are her recommendations. The other email that we received with comments was mainly from Ms. Angela Rahimi, was mainly for HCD, and we'll make sure to pass this along to HCD. But within the letter, she had two comments that pertain to non-residential and pertinent to EV infrastructure. So I'm going to read what she has. She mentions that workplace and neighborhood-based charging infrastructure is a necessary second path to provide reliable charging to families able to charge at home. And then historical experience has shown that EV charging in public and workplace parking not only enables EV adoption by individuals, but can support shared mobility options. However, that same experience shows that inadequate availability of and a lack of certainty for public charging fails to support EV adoption by disadvantaged communities. That's comment number one. Comment number two is basically that they says we support to accelerate public and workplace sharing, such as the proposals that would upgrade the Calgary non-residential building code to provide EV charging access for all. And those are the two comments for the record. And with that said, Ms. Ida Claire, you have the floor.
Thank you, Enrique. Thank you, Michael. Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. I'm Ida Claire, Acting State Architect and Principal Architect at DSA, presenting the provisions that we have for specific to California's public K-12 schools and community colleges. Enrique has already presented some items that we are planning to co-adopt, but the ones that I am presenting now are specific to K-12 public schools and community colleges. I am joined on the call today with Supervising Architect Derek Shaw, Senior Mechanical Engineer at DSA, Tav Commons, Senior Electrical Engineer at DSA, Paul Johnson, and Senior Architect in Sustainability, Michelle Golden. If you have any questions for us, we can answer these questions after I do the presentation. And again, you can always reach out to us as well during the rulemaking process to provide comments to us via email or via phone call. Enrique, may I share my screen?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Whoops, wrong screen. Sorry. That one.
Yeah, I think she's already there. Yeah.
Can you see the provisions?
Not yet.
No. All right. Maybe I'm. Oh, that's what I need to do. Okay. Sorry about that. Now the provisions.
You got it.
Okay. So our first, the requirements that we're presenting for shade trees are actually related to just clarifications that we've received while these measures have actually been in effect. And so you will find that the language that we're addressing are actually in the exceptions. So first of all, our requirements for shade trees are to address two types of benefit, sustainability benefit. One is to reduce the heat island effect on school campuses and hardscape areas, whether it be parking or on campus. And the other is to provide trees, shade trees at schools to, because shade trees have been demonstrated to increase academic performance and well-being of faculty and students. And so the corrections that we're making, the first one is under 5.106, 12.1. It's addressing the exception of surface parking area covered by solar photovoltaic shade structures or shade structures with roofing materials that comply with the voluntary requirements in Appendix 5 shall be permitted in whole or in part in lieu of shade tree planting. So what was unclear before was addressing actually the 50% coverage. Obviously, if all the spaces are covered by a solar photovoltaic shade structure, what remains is actually the drive aisles, and you can't actually put them in the drive aisles. So shade trees actually in the drive aisles, it would be kind of complicated. So we've actually amended the language to clarify the requirement of the 50% and how it's calculated. The second amendment is in hardscape areas, 5.106.12.3. Again, this addresses the exceptions. The requirement is to put a minimum 10 container size or equal over 20% of the hardscape area within 15 years. The exceptions require walks and hardscape areas covered by solar photovoltaic shade structures or shade structures with roofing materials that comply with basically the cool roof requirements in Appendix 5 shall be permitted in whole or in part in lieu of shade tree plantings. Again, a substitution is permitted. And then of course, designated and marked play areas of organized sport activity are not included in the total area calculation. So in our previous rulemaking for the landscaped areas where we have large areas of turf, we did require still shade trees in large areas of turf specifically to address that well-being component, but we excluded play fields. We actually omitted inadvertently play areas on large areas of asphalt. And so that's what exception 2 in this rulemaking is planned to address, that designated and marked play areas of organized sport activity on a hardscape area are not included in the total area calculation. Of course, you would have to take the surrounding area that's outside of that marked area and provide the minimum coverage as specified in 5.106.12.3. With that, Enrique, did you want me to present both items or just take comments on this item first?
I would say take this one first and then see what kind of comments we get, and then you can move on to the next.
All right. And do you want me to request the comments first on the phone, or are you going to run the proceedings from here? I can't see who might be on the phone, so that's great.
Give me control, and then I'll ask for comments.
You can leave that out. Just go ahead and ask your open.
Okay. Anybody on the Zoom call that has a comment pertaining to DSA's proposed code changes for shade trees?
Yeah, hi. This is Christos Zoutelis, Unified. Ida, thanks for the comments. It clears up things for us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
So as far as DSA is concerned, what are you going to do with aligning this new proposal with what happens in community colleges? And we've had an issue where we couldn't do new trees because it was considered beautification. So are we working with them and their different boards to set some standards to where we can actually add trees, because it makes it very difficult to get LEED certification or CHIPS points in the case of K-12 when you have a lot of districts saying that they don't want bond money or funding paying for beautification.
So we can reach out to OPSC and try to clarify the requirements and necessity that these are in regulation. And so therefore, yeah, that we can see if we can address that. A lot of times the requirements are set by the legislature as to what can be addressed with funding. So other than outreach, it's a matter of just us outreaching to them and making sure that they are aware that these are requirements and regulation and to consider providing that funding when it comes to school construction.
You're hitting the main point. It is a legislative issue with community colleges. And so we really do need to clarify that, because they're doing a ton of work and they actually have a lot more new construction that's about to occur than even in a lot of the K-12 districts that we serve as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the Zoom call that would like to comment on shade trees?
Hi, Tim Skinner with Carducci. I had two separate questions. The first one is probably the easiest to answer. We often have EVA access lanes that run through hardscape plazas. Are those exempt? Because we can't have trees near them, not even the branches of trees.
I'm sorry, if you can clarify, EVA access?
Oh, emergency vehicle.
Okay, sorry.
Right, so it's a 20-foot wide lane and it could be hundreds of feet long. Obviously we can't plant a tree in the lane, but even the branches of the tree must clear the lane. So I'm just wondering if there can be an exemption for the square footage of EVA lanes in that case.
Yes, if you could, we will consider that. And also if you could submit it in writing to us, just so that it's documented as a request, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. Now the second question was about what exactly triggers the requirement for the shade trees. And I'll refer to the EV charging and the bicycle requirements, in which if you can have 9 or less new parking stalls and it doesn't trigger those. I'm wondering if this is the same, and if it is, if it's just additional parking, not the restriping or the revision of a space where you might rip parking spaces out and put them in somewhere else, but you're sticking with the same number of spaces. Is it additional parking?
So with regard to EV charging, it is based on new construction. So it's new parking and additions to existing parking, but not to modernizations at this time. When it comes to shade trees, there's a variety of triggers. One is rehabilitated landscape areas would trigger the shade tree requirement. If there is an addition to an existing building, 75% of the building square footage requires areas to be rehabilitated. So then it would trigger the shade tree requirement on those rehabilitated landscapes as well. And then it's new parking as well on shade trees, and additions to existing parking areas for shade trees, and new hardscape areas on campuses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Looks like we have Alice. Would you like to speak?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Ida. Thanks so much for your clarifications and the exception on this item. I'm in full support of your clarifications. I do have one question on how DSA would treat, and if there could be some consideration for planned future areas of a new construction project that didn't quite have the funding to put in the solar shade structures, right? But they have to put in the lot. So could there be some consideration for areas that are planned for future additions of solar shade structures in that?
Thank you, Alex. Alice, that'll be taken under consideration. Again, I have your comments, but it would also be great if you could send me an email.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Comments?
Barb, you see any? I don't see any on the Zoom call. Let's move to the phone lines. Does anybody have a comment pertaining to DSA's proposed code changes for shade trees? Hearing none, I think, Ida, you can proceed to the second item.
Oh, hi. Hi.
Oh.
Can I throw in one comment? I don't know. This is Tom Phillips, Healthy Building Research in Davis.
Sure.
Yes, please speak.
Hi. Thanks for holding this workshop. Also an advisor for CHIPS, a technical committee, and I'm working on climate adaptation and resilience. The quick comment is that, and I don't know if we got this in CHIPS. I think it's in there as information, and that is to make sure that shade trees are climate adapted. There's a lot of research going on in California and elsewhere to test out and recommend trees that are not only drought resistant, but heat resistant and easier to maintain and pest resistant and so on. And UC Davis is the main group they're working with, I think USDA. You know, in terms of sustainability and effectiveness for shade trees, it's very important that we look, consider the rapidly changing climate and what plants will do best in that situation. So that the guidelines are being updated. I think the recommendations are out there already from UCD, and they're being updated as they get more data. There's test sites in several locations around the state. So anyway, I think that resource may be in CHIPS, but I would strongly suggest that schools incorporate that in their landscape planning.
Thank you, Tom. I know that our requirements align with the Model Water Efficiency Landscape Ordinance and the requirement to provide trees that are native to the area, but I will definitely look at this documentation.
Yeah, the studies are actually looking at trees that are native to, say, the Southwest and Australia and so on. So it's a major paradigm shift.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, for that comment. Anybody else on the Zoom call that would like to speak? Okay, hearing none, and nor on the phone line. Ida, you can proceed to the next item.
Thank you, Enrique. If my screen is showing, do we see the document that says carbon dioxide monitoring in classrooms, or do I need to share a different?
Let's see. No, I don't see. I just see the landscape areas. Yeah, so.
Sorry about that. Yeah, well, oh, there it is. Stop share. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, do we see the requirements now for carbon dioxide monitoring in classrooms? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So last year, Assembly Bill 841 was passed that requires carbon dioxide monitors in all classrooms as of January 1st of this year. We are bringing the regulations for carbon dioxide monitoring into Calgreen for K-12 public schools to address, and in community colleges to address the carbon monoxide requirement in statute. The requirements listed here are the requirements that are in statute. And what this effectively does is allows DSA as a jurisdictional entity for K-12 public schools and community colleges to review for this requirement. Are there any questions?
Any comments from the Zoom call? I don't see any hands raised.
Yeah, this is Tom Ansel. I have a comment.
Hi, Tom.
Hi. A couple comments. First, this is Tom Ansel on behalf of the Western States Council of Sheet Metal Workers and the Joint Committee on Energy and Environmental Policy. They strongly support these CO2 monitor proposals. Just to give a little background, the study's shown that the high CO2 levels in classrooms affect both student and teacher health and attendance and diminish student productivity. They affect cognitive performance, including concentration and recall. And there's reports shown that they have that classrooms with proper ventilation rates have almost a 15% scoring advantage on mathematics and reading tests in children that are in classrooms with high CO2 levels. So this is both, a health issue and a academic performance issue. And then of course with COVID-19, it became also an immediate public health issue because without proper ventilation, you increase the risk of spread of COVID-19. How AB 841 came into play. So we think it's really important to require these CO2 monitors in new classrooms. The California Building Energy Efficiency Standards already require minimum ventilation rates for classrooms, but you need to have monitoring to make sure that those rates continue. A 2019 study found that over half of new HVAC systems in schools had significant problems within 3 years of installation. So just because you have the proper ventilation when you install it, things change, the number of people in the classroom change, the balancing gets out of effect, and without the monitors, you don't really realize how poor air quality is. Studies found that the vast majority of classrooms fail to meet these minimum ventilation rates, including 95% of the classrooms in the Central Valley. And many of them had CO2 concentrations above 2,000 parts per million for substantial portions of the day. And so for reference, CO2 exposure beginning at 1,000 parts per million affects cognitive performance and decision-making and problem resolution. So when we're getting into the 2,000 parts per million, it's really creating hazardous situations in classrooms. So the CO2 monitors, we need them to ensure these classrooms remain in compliance even after initial installation and balancing. So we support this proposal as an effective measure to address this problem. I recommend that if you have additional questions or need additional backup, you should reach out to Teresa Pistolcini at the Western Cooling Center. The UC Davis Western Cooling Center has done a lot of research on this, including on the costs and benefits of requiring CO2 monitors. So if you need some of that data to back this up, she can help you get that. And I'm also willing to help you connect with whoever you need as far as getting some information on perhaps the cost and benefits of this proposal.
Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate that. I do want to address that the CO2 monitors here are required in classrooms, as I said, as of January 1st this year, and they don't necessarily need to be tied to HVAC systems. They actually can be independent so that they can that faculty can easily troubleshoot the air requirements. And so we can actually have this requirement and look for it in classrooms where HVAC systems are in fact not even being proposed. So that's why it's very important that we can bring this in to Cal Green so that we can plan review to those requirements. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Looks like we have Crystal. Crystal would like to speak.
Yeah, hi, this is Christos with LA Unified. Just a question, a clarification. Is this, I understand this for new construction, what else is this a requirement of? How about modernizations or certain type of modernizations or existing facilities?
Well, basically the requirement for the carbon dioxide monitoring classrooms, as I stated, is not necessarily tied to HVAC systems. If the system does not have an economizer, which then has a carbon dioxide monitoring supplied, an independent one needs to be installed in classrooms. And so this requirement is not necessarily tied to, it becomes an effect that DSA can enforce when there is a modernization or new construction, and the code comes into effect because it's a Cal Green measure. But we are replicating the requirements in statute. So the requirement exists whether or not DSA enforces it, but bringing it into regulation permits us to enforce it as well so that we can check for it when we're actually on campuses through project inspectors and project closeout, that they're there. whether or not they're tied to the HVAC systems.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christos, for that comment. Anybody else that would like to comment? I don't see anyone on the Zoom call right now.
Hi, Tom Phillips again.
Hi, Tom.
I didn't see a place to raise my hand or anything on this app. But I thought I could chime in here about school ventilation systems if it's a good place. If not, I can do it later.
I think this would be right.
Okay. Yeah, there was a big study that CARB and Department of Public Health funded years ago on portable and traditional classrooms, and there was a report to the legislature, and I worked on that. And we documented similar problems with poor ventilation and noise and so on, and came up with a whole list of recommendations. So I'd strongly recommend looking at those. One thing that comes to mind is the testing of condensate drains. We were not too surprised to find that there were a lot of moldy, non-performing condensate drains. So they're basically growing mold and pumping it into the ventilation system. There was an easy test that the maintenance people recommended, and we did that and confirmed that the condensate drains weren't working. It was basically pouring a cup of water in there and seeing if it comes out the other end. So the question is that something that could easily be included in some kind of commissioning or specifications in Calgreen? Because it's something that needs to be done initially, but also routinely. But at least if they do it initially, I don't know if that's already addressed in the building codes or not. It's apparently a problem.
I'm not sure if it's referred to in the mechanical code. We can check. Maintenance issues are usually not regulatory requirements that are in items such as Calgreen. It really addresses new construction and modernization. Facility maintenance is responsible to remain compliance. The system's in operational order in order to maintain compliance with the code. But I can check with our senior mechanical engineer to see if those are actually steps specified in the mechanical code systems.
Okay.
I just got a response from my senior mechanical engineer, and it says testing the condensate is not in the code at this time. So thank you, Taff.
Okay, so it sounds like that would help at least get it in there. And there's a roundabout way to require that because Cal OSHA has a minimum building ventilation requirement for annual inspection and maintenance. And so that could be tied perhaps to the condensate drain testing as well, and to the CO2 and other types of measures that you're looking at to make sure the ventilation systems are designed and operating properly.
Thank you for that. As I stated, it's difficult for us to, I know that we have in this provision the requirements for maintenance and troubleshooting on site. Normally, those requirements aren't in the code because they're not readily enforceable by the local jurisdiction. They're actually part of maintaining maintenance in an operational system. But we will research to see if there's something that we can address, even if it's a provision that is provided as a reminder that we can't necessarily enforce because it's not through the course of construction. So thank you.
I think that would help a lot because most building operators aren't even aware of their responsibilities, and previous energy codes have done that, for example, with smoking, to say, this is a big problem, an operational problem that you need to be addressed. And so it's Labor Code 5149. If you just cross-reference that as an advisory, it will at least raise red flags.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments from the Zoom or on the phone lines pertaining to carbon monoxide monitoring?
It's dioxide.
Oh, dioxide, sorry. Carbon dioxide monitoring. Okay, I don't hear any comments. So Ida, thank you.
Thank you.
For presenting your code proposals so much. So now we are moving on to agenda item 7. It's the zero code proposal, and this is going to be presented by Mr. Michael Malinowski. Michael, if you're there, you can start sharing your screen. That'd be fantastic.
I'm here, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm here today representing the American Institute of Architects California and our 11,000 members who design virtually all commercial, institutional, and high-density multifamily buildings in our state, and actually influence design of buildings around the world. We submitted as an organization a petition to building standards in late 2019, requesting that the Cal Green be amended to include a reference to a voluntary zero carbon framework. There are, as everyone on this call probably knows, over 40 jurisdictions in the state of California that already use various REACH codes. Each of these have been crafted uniquely for the specific jurisdiction. And as architects, while we applaud and support this environment of REACH codes, because that's moving the ball forward in so many ways, we also get concerned about a code that gets so fine-grained that it may change depending on what side of a street you're on in a given urban area. We believe that consistency in code increases efficiency in both development of new projects, adoption of the code, and as well as enforcement. And having a reference element like the zero code in Cal Green would lower barriers and allow more jurisdictions to adopt REACH code. Not every jurisdiction has the resources, the staff, the funding to create or research REACH codes and craft their own. The zero code itself was developed in collaboration with the California Energy Commission over a number of years. It incorporates much of the latest thinking, such as time-dependent energy, which is important in balancing our electric grid. Many of you are aware that there are times of day, particularly in the heat of our summer, where electric from solar PV is abundant, and then there are times of day when everybody gets home from work and the sun starts setting, we're short. I think it's important to note that the zero code is not an energy conservation code. It actually takes the budget that's established by the California Energy Code and really just talks about sourcing that energy using renewable sources. There are several flavors of the zero code. It was developed by the nonprofit Architecture 2030 organization, and we actually have on this call a number of the leaders of that organization, including Ed Masria, who's worldwide known as an advocate in climate action his entire career and was just awarded AIA's highest honor as an architect, the gold medal for his work in advocating for climate action. This code is developed just to deal with commercial, institutional, and mid and high-rise residential buildings. We're not talking about single-family homes here. It's supported and developed as an open source framework. There's no cost to use it. It's on the Zero Code organization's website, which is a nonprofit entity. There is a national version of the Zero Code that has been vetted and adopted by the International Code Council, and it's already an active part of the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code. The version that I'm talking about is called the 2022 Zero Code for California, and it was actually developed specifically to recognize the REACH code landscape that exists right now in the state of California. And one of the things about climate action is it's changing so fast that what was appropriate a year ago may not be quite the best thing for today. So this is a very recently amended version that adds some elements such as a minimum percentage of solar V and elimination of on-site fossil fuel combustion. The solar PV on site is modest based on roof area. So there are these three versions, but we're talking about bringing to California as a reference in the Green Code the 2022 Zero Code for California. We as an organization are acutely aware that the climate challenge we face is global, not specific to just California. We believe that the one most important element in making progress with climate action is leadership. And California, of course, is already a leader in climate action, and its moves have national and global impact. And that is one of the most powerful reasons for us to bring the Zero Code to CalGreen, which has now become the foundation for the international Green Code. That California innovation is already influencing the world. The specific language that we're talking about is very simple. It's literally just a few sentences. This is the actual code change proposal with the slight amendment to refer to the latest version. So we added the word current, which you see in red there. It modifies a couple of sections. This would go into section A5, which is one of the non-residential voluntary measures appendix. It's not in tier 1 or tier 2. It's just in there so that it's easy for a municipality to adopt it. That concludes my my PowerPoint presentation, and I'm happy to either address questions or point them in the right direction. We have a lot of expertise available on this call. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for that presentation. Let's see. Do we have any comments from on Zoom? Let's see, I'm looking. Yeah, Vincent Martinez, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello all. My name is Vincent Martinez. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Architecture 2030, one of the co-authors of the 2022 Zero Code for California, along with collaborations with AIA California. I would just like to make a statement from Architecture 2030 that we believe the adoption of this proposal, while applicable to California, would bring a scalable national and international standard to our decarbonization code landscape, which now consists of many custom codes, each created with a considerable effort and expense. If CalGreen is made to be a zero carbon code, it will allow cities within California to reach their decarbonization goals with considerably less effort and expense, as well as motivate jurisdictions outside of California to adopt similar standards. Adopting the 2022 Zero Code for California within CalGreen will now establish California once again as a global leader when taking the world stage at the COP26 in Glasgow this coming November, and play a key part in bringing the global architecture, planning, building, infrastructure, and construction community together with local governments, highlight the progress made to reach the 1.5 Paris Agreement targets. We join AI California in the belief that uniformity in codes and standards make for lower cost, reduced uncertainty, greater ease in application, and consistency in enforcement. Charles Ely, author of the 2022 Zero Code for California, is also on the call with me, and he and I can answer any technical questions that come up during this workshop.
Thank you, Vincent. Appreciate that. I have Bob Raymer on the call that would like to speak.
Thank you. I'm Bob Raymer, representing California BIA, California Business Properties Association, Building Owners and Managers Association, and the Apartment Association. You know, I have mixed feelings about this. I definitely see where it's going, and not to compare this directly to the bird strike proposal we dealt with last year and in years before, there's certainly a good place for guidance documents and reach code proposals. But my concern here is, you know, from a technical and administrative perspective, you're proposing to put this into the appendix of CalGreen, and most of the real work leads a person to a website that's maintained by a non-governmental entity, which means you go to the appendix of CalGreen and almost immediately you're sent away from the state of California. Not that this can't be maintained within the state of California, but from an administrative perspective, whatever is in the website is not maintained and approved by the state of California. So from an administrative standpoint, from California's regulatory process, there are legal issues there. They could certainly be surmounted by putting all of this that's at the website into the Cal Code, but at the same time, the public should have the ability to go through all of this in an open proceeding. And I completely get where the proponents are going with this, but I also have to say that the energy regs that we see today, the 2019 regs, are going to change drastically. As the proponent just mentioned, this stuff is changing on an annual basis. It's incredibly quick. And the regs that we're going to see that'll be taking effect in 2023 in Part 6 will be significantly different from a compliance calculation manner than what we see today. That's not to say by any means that this proposal can't be modified. It most certainly could, but there's a lot here. And quite frankly, the bulk of the proposal is not in front of us. It's basically at the website. They've done a great job. But from an administrative standpoint, there's a whole lot of work that would need to be done here to bring this into the California code. And so once again, just like we've done with Bird Strike or whatever, proponents have made available some really fantastic documents that can be used by architects and developers to basically address these issues without necessarily having to meet the significant administrative hurdles that we have to deal with the code adoption process here in California. So with that, once again, it's mixed feelings, and I'll get written comments into you, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate the comments. Edward Mazria, you're up. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I'll let Vince answer the gentleman that just went before us, answer that concern. But I just want to make one comment. A year and a half ago, I think it was a year and a half ago, I went with Charles Ely from California. We called Charles up and took the California code over to China and showed them what we were up to with the California Zero Code, which was developed with support and a lot of input from the California Energy Commission. Within 6 months or 7 months after taking the California Zero Code over to China, China developed their own Zero Code, essentially based on what we had presented. It has not been adopted yet. It is out for adoption now in China, but I can tell you China is waiting for California to move before they move. It has always been the way in China. There are all sorts of organizational connections between our laboratories in California and China's. There's a lot that goes back and forth, but essentially China usually waits for California to move before they move, which is why the California Zero Code, adopting it now, is so critical. We are in a climate emergency. If China is the largest emitter in the world, we're second. If California moves, they play the leadership role in the world on doing this, on a simple thing like adopting the Zero Code. I'll conclude with that and maybe turn it over to Vince to talk about the last gentleman. Thank you.
I'll let the board decide if there's any other comments before I.
Okay, so sounds good. I'm going to move on to Peter Straight.
Hi, just quickly to say, the Energy Commission is reviewing these materials and will be working with CBSC to develop our analysis of what's present in the Zero Code. We do want to mention, as Bob Braber mentioned, it looks like there is additional work that would be needed for this to be usable by local jurisdictions. If they just adopt the code as proposed, then they're going to face a hurdle of needing to demonstrate cost effectiveness, because these are ultimately energy provisions, and those are required under statute to demonstrate cost effectiveness. And that's likely to rule out some of the options that the Zero Code identifies as being able to trade for offsite renewables versus installation of on-site. So, in terms of turning this into something that local jurisdictions can feel confident in picking up and running with, and not hitting other snags, like for example in utility codes that might curtail some of these options, et cetera, or running afoul of federal preemption under 42 USC 6297. We're going to be working with the Building Standards Commission to see what the state of this is.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Peter. I have Alice Sung. You're up.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to express some support again for the adoption of the Zero Code as presented by Mr. Malinowski. My background is as an architect in California, practicing with over 25 years of experience in schools and the education sector primarily. I also have served through 4 versions now as a technical lead and partner advisory committee member on the CHIPS, Collaborative for High Performance Schools criteria, which Charles Ely actually first authored. And I actually would like to add on to Ed Mazaria's call for urgency for California to express its leadership and move forward with this now. Literally, we're talking about it and it's in January of 2021. This won't even take effect until January of 2023. If we don't actually take the leadership steps now, we'll wait another 3-year cycle and we'll be into 2026. Imagine not acting at all on climate action with all of the executive orders now and waiting until 2026. We've really got to actually take a breath and move forward. We are here to support you. The long-term green building movement is here to support you and the Energy Commission in moving forward. The only other point I'd like to make is to express consideration from the Division of State Architect to adopt the Zero Code and consider adopting it now for public schools and to enable public school districts to move towards zero carbon now. And by now, I'm only talking about 2023. So I urge DSA to consider adoption and working with us. Certainly, I think, Charles and Edward would love to work with you. I see Wes Sullivan from USGBC. I certainly can speak for the California CHIPS contingency to work with you to actually see that this enables school districts to move forward as well. As you all know, REACH codes do not apply. It's not within municipal jurisdictions. It's under the jurisdiction of DSA. So we need your leadership at the state level to enable actions towards zero carbon for public school districts and community colleges. So I thank you for that. And it's great that Christos is here. There are a handful of school districts that have adopted board resolutions moving towards zero carbon and carbon neutrality in complete alignment with our great state agency and executive orders towards zero and carbon neutrality. And I just strongly support you and urge you to step up and accept the Zero Code and move us towards zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Peter Straight, you have the floor.
I apologize. I was pulled off the mic for a second. Is it to me again?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Just to as a point of clarification on process, strictly speaking, these would become part of the voluntary provisions in CalGreen. So although they would be quote unquote effective on January 1, they would not have any effect directly until a local jurisdiction took it upon themselves to adopt these as a local ordinance. And to note, this is something that local jurisdictions could choose to do ahead of that as well. So it's in as much as local jurisdictions could put together a proposal that was either based on or somehow modified or went with the Zero Code, it's not necessary to wait for CalGreen for that to occur, nor does this inclusion of CalGreen really change that situation or circumstance. So just, in terms of this being like, if we don't do something here, it must wait until 2026, that is not the case. But at the same time, we don't even have to wait till 2023, but it is in either case up to those local jurisdictions to make those calls and figure out what's right for their territories.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And just for clarity, if a local jurisdiction wanted to adopt the zero code, they would have to file, of course, file with us, Building Standards Commission. Then in addition, they would have to file with the Energy Commission and do the cost benefit analysis. And then the Energy Commission would make that determination.
Yes, that's correct. Were they to do so today or to do so after this was incorporated into Cal Green, should that be the case, they would still have to make those same showings. Right. And they would have to ensure that the options that are available to builders comport with the additional California laws. For example, the zero code, the most cost-effective path through seems to be reliance on unbundled recs. And there are some limitations on whether unbundled recs can be counted towards design requirements that are part of minimum standards or their use in other contexts. So there's public utility laws that come into play. There's Energy Commission codes that come into play. There is a bit for local jurisdictions to navigate in terms of trying to apply this in their local jurisdictions.
Thank you, Peter, for that clarification. Now we're moving on to Charles. Would you like to speak?
Charles, you're muted.
Oh, Charles, yes. I'm sorry about that. You're muted. Let's see if I can unmute. No, I can unmute. Charles, if you're there, can you please unmute your phone? Okay. Maybe. Okay.
All right. Now I think you can hear me, right?
Yes.
I had my phone muted and the Zoom muted. That was the problem. Yeah, I wanted to address a couple of things. The zero code simply makes reference to the building energy efficiency standards that will be adopted for 2022, and we have a requirement in there for on-site renewable energy. But there's a caveat in that requirement that says what we require is 2 watts per square foot of unshaded roof area. But then we also say that that it's either that or the Title 24 building energy efficiency requirements, whichever are greater. And drafts that have been presented recently by the California Energy Commission are well in excess of the 2 watts per square foot requirement that's in the California Zero Code. So what that means is that the Zero Code would essentially be a requirement that the net energy use that the building uses, which is subtracts out, of course, the on-site renewables, would have to be procured through a green pricing scheme that's been verified to be 100% renewables, or community solar, or a renewable energy contract. So the requirements of the Zero Code, assuming that the Energy Commission's on-site PV requirements move through, and I assume they will, would actually be fairly simple. And in addressing Bob Raymer's comments, I think we can certainly work with Mike and move the requirements into the appropriate language. That's kind of a formatting issue. I understand where Bob's coming from about having the Zero Code reference a nonprofit website. There could be some issues there. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I think this is an important move for California, and I think having the Zero Code in Cal Green would give all jurisdictions in California the opportunity to develop a consistent standard. It would also improve enforcement because basically the same set of requirements would be required everywhere. Architects and engineers who are working in multiple jurisdictions would be familiar with the one set of requirements. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Charles, for your comments. Wes Sullins?
Yeah, hey, thanks. West Orange USGBC. Just want to second what Charles was saying. I think we would definitely support, working with the group to try to get this into the code. I think it is important to get this into CalGreen if we can as a tier. It just gives it additional kind of legitimacy and more visibility into this as opposed to, say, a guidebook. But I hear Mr. Raymer on what he's saying. There are some things to work out. I also recommend reaching out to some of the local governments that are adopting some of these decarbonization policies and ordinances. There may be some good lessons there, but consistency is always a good thing, especially when you get into REACH codes and those cost effectiveness studies. And so I think having it in CalGreen could just make all of that much smoother and quicker for adoption. So I think it's a good idea. Thanks.
Thank you, Wes, for those comments. Let's see, any more comments? I do not see any more. Oh, hold on, Peter, go ahead.
It just occurred to me, I have one quick question for Wes. Are there other organizations that might have similar standards that are possible or that are likely to request similar consideration in future code cycles, if not in this one?
I'm not sure. Probably not as comprehensive. A lot of the ones I've seen have been more about kind of technology specific. But this one I think is the most comprehensive that I've seen.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I don't see any more folks on the Zoom call. I'm moving to the phone lines. Anybody on the phone that would like to comment pertaining to the zero code proposal?
Hi, Tom Phillips here. I have a comment of kind of a broader issue about.
Hi, Tom. Can you speak just a little louder so we can hear you a little better?
Sure.
Great. Thank you.
I have a comment about building performance in terms of life cycle analysis, and I can wait until that's appropriate. But it's a broader issue than just zero carbon and so on.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Any more comments either on Zoom or on the phone lines?
Yeah, this is Tom Enslow. Talking now on behalf of the California State Pipe Trades Council. I have a number of concerns about this proposal, not the least of which is kind of, the scope of that document. I mean, what Mr. Lay just talked about was requiring certain energy use to be procured through a green pricing scheme or community solar renewable energy requirement. And that goes well beyond the scope of Title 24, which is construction of the building. It's more of a CPUC issue. And so just generally, it feels like a lot of that code is already either in the energy code or is being adopted elsewhere by the state, through their procedures, or is not, applicable to the Title 24. Big picture, there's a lot of unintended impacts that go with electrification. It's not just as simple as saying we're not going to allow any gas piping in new buildings. CPUC has proceeding going on to look at the unintended impacts on the gas infrastructure and safety and the grid and all that stuff that should be done by the end of this year. But before we really start taking statewide steps on that, I think we need to let that process plays out. And on the pipe trade side, there's a real impact to blue collar workers here. You take away gas work in new buildings, that takes away 20 to 30% of their work in new construction. And that's a big impact on workers at a time they're trying to overcome this economic crisis of COVID-19. We need to make big policy decisions like this cognizant of the impacts on workers and not put all the impacts on the backs of blue collar workers. There needs to be a just transition path. We've had conversations with NRDC and Sierra Club and others on what that path would look like. But it's being all those issues are still being worked out. So we just want to caution that the state's going in this direction, but adopting these now before we've really resolved some of the real hard issues is a problem. And then, you know, requiring solar on roofs, you know, not the most efficient use of our resources. We do really need to increase renewable energy in California, and we are doing it, but utility scale is by far the most efficient way to do that. We can't throw money at everything. There's limited resources, and requiring, you know, rooftop solar is probably, while sounds great, is probably not the best, you know, use of, you know, the state's resources in really dramatically reducing greenhouse gases, particularly when we need to really address existing buildings. So that's just kind of my general comments. You know, I appreciate the work that's been done in putting together that document, and I think it provides policy proposals that the states and the locals can look at. But I don't think it's the appropriate document to incorporate into the Cal Green.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Vincent.
Thank you. Just to reply to those two comments, one on the latter about where the those that are in compliance with the standard would receive their renewable energy requirement, whether it was coming from the grid scale or local scale. The zero code framework allows for it to come from the consumer's choice. So any of those options would comply. It doesn't dictate that it has to be on site beyond the on-site minimum requirement. So the remainder can come from grid scale if that's the more economic choice for compliance. On the gas usage or the piping issue, there are mechanisms for alternative compliance for renewables within the zero code framework, within a renewable energy investment fund that the local government could adopt that would then act as another alternative compliance and create a value of fees there that could be applied towards just transition of those workers that might have been displaced from the removal of the gas infrastructure. So it does create a mechanism in which to create a source of funds if that is pursued by local jurisdiction. And then secondly, the local jurisdiction will still make that choice, just like they're making now on all of the REACH code standards in those 40 jurisdictions that Mike Malinowski pointed out, which are already banning gas in different versions that have different sets of standards across different jurisdictions that might be right next to each other. So this provides more of a consistent framework for how that would be done. It's still up to the choice of the local jurisdiction whether or not they adopt that. And Cal Green could still provide that pathway in a more concise path through all of those opportunities.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. Let's see. Alice, Sun.
Thank you. Yes, I just had a follow-up question. And forgive me, I joined a little bit late this morning. What is the remainder of the process? I think I heard that written comments are due by the 15th. Is that true? And then what is the remainder of the process before adoption or non-adoption?
Well, I can address that. I'll first direct you to the website, and under the 2021 triennial cycle, there's a timeline that kind of gives you the big picture, so you can kind of see the timing of when major events occur. So I'm not going to go through all the dates and times because it's quite extensive. There's a lot of activity. But I will say currently we're pre-cycle. This is the workshop to develop the final language that will then be submitted to the process to go through a code advisory committee review. And then post code advisory committee review, we'll start the public review process, which is when we go out to 45-day through the Office of Administrative Law and the notice registry. And then at the end of that 45-day, the commission will have an opportunity to review and take action. And then it's 6 months for publication, and then 6 months before it becomes effective. So we always start with, it was mentioned earlier, January 1, 2023, which is the effective date of the 2022 triennial codes. And we work backwards from that date to establish the 6 month effective publication date, and then 6 months prior to that when the commission will approve it. And before that is the 1 year time frame that we utilize for the rulemaking. So the information on the website is helpful. It'll give you more specific timelines, if you will. And then if you have further questions after reviewing that, you're welcome to give us a call, and we can do it offline, probably a little better.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you, Michael. Let's see. I don't see any more further comments on the Zoom call. Anybody else on the phone that would like to comment on the zero code? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to proceed now to item 8 on the agenda. And these are related items that are not on the agenda. Let's see, I have 2 written comments, and I would like to see if maybe Kanika Sharma is on the Zoom call. I guess, but before we proceed, looks like I have some more hands that just came up. Let's see if they're related to the zero code. Bob, go ahead.
No, mine was going to be on the item 8, unrelated items.
Okay, great. Okay, so fantastic. So I was just confirming whether Kanika Sharma was on the Zoom call or on the line, phone line. That's one comment. And then the other one is from Wendy Summer from Stop Waste. And if you're there, please raise your hand or speak if you're on the phone. Okay, so being that I don't, yeah, I'm going to move on. I'm going to read, basically read Kanika Sharma's comments, and she's with the chair for, she is with Integral Group, and she is the USGBC LA Building Decarbonization Committee chair, and she would like for us to consider embodied carbon language in the 2022 Calgary Code. And she specifically mentions that Marin County has adopted a code amendments to set a threshold on embodied carbon emissions for concrete. So this, I guess, is specific to concrete. And that's pretty much all I have here on that. And then moving on to the second comment. So this one, I'm gonna read the. Wendy reached out to me and said that she was not going to be here, so I was just double checking. So I'm just going to read.
Who is it from?
This is from Wendy Summer from Stop Waste.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna read it here. Thank you for following. Thank you for allowing us to submit comments to this workshop. Stop Waste is a joint powers agency, JPA, of local governments in Alameda County working on waste reduction and energy efficiency. We have supported the green building movement through tools, funding, and policy support for over 2 decades. We write and speak from our perspective of working closely with local governments in Alameda County. We support them in their efforts to develop and adopt code amendments that push the building industry to improve its environmental performance. They are some of the most ambitious jurisdictions in the state and often reflect where the rest of the state will be in 2 to 3 years. Considering the robust and lengthy process of state code development, we recommend studying what is happening in these local jurisdictions as an indicator of future direction statewide. We encourage your team to proactively initiate conversations with cities such as Berkeley, Hayward, Oakland, and Albany, to name a few, that they have either pressed reach codes or are in the middle of the process to gain valuable insights into the nuances of codes and how the industry is reaching on the ground. The specific areas with the most potential activity and or interest are electric vehicle charging infrastructure, restricting gas infrastructure, and embodied carbon. On the topic of embodied carbon, we emailed a comment in December and reiterated the recommendations here, and here are the recommendations. There is significant and rapid increase in awareness and advancements in solutions led primarily by the building design disciplines. By investigating this topic, the CVSC has the opportunity to greatly contribute to climate pollution mitigation. We encourage you to invite subject matter experts, many of whom can be found through the Carbon Leadership Forum, for an in-depth discussion and study session during the round of code development. The industry seems ripe for this subject, and CVSC CBSC's leadership could have a game-changing impact. We are available to serve as a conduit to Bay Area local governments, as well as embodied carbon experts. Thank you for the opportunity, Wendy Summer. Okay, so that's that. Now I'm going to move on to Bob Raymer, who has a comment.
Thank you, Enrique and others. I'm Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association. And just in general, you know, I'm kind of looking at what's been going on for the last year, you know, forgetting just slightly for a moment about COVID. One of the benefits of being sort of a general practitioner in codes is I get an ability to work with a variety of other state agencies. And I realize that there is a substantial amount of focus on decarbonization right now. There's obviously an urgency to do it sooner or later. But I'd just like to kind of state for the record that at both CEC proceedings, ARB, and of course, Building Standards Commission and HCD, that our concern isn't with decarbonization. We have a general concern that we may be kind of pushing the envelope just a little bit too quickly. The Energy Commission is sort of speeding up how it plans to deal with electrification. And we have a couple of concerns. This comes from the work that I've been doing with the state fire marshal. Some may find it odd, but most of our work over the last year here at CBI has not been on the energy rate proposal, although that's a significant workload, or not on HCD or BSC's green building. It's with the state fire marshal by far. The fire marshal has no less than 8 subcommittees working on various aspects of the WUI code. And one of the things the fire chiefs and the few utilities who are on there, the point that they keep bringing home is that our electrical grid is incredibly fragile right now, as seen over the last 3 years from the fires. And I'm certain that California can meet the need and get this fixed and get things moving forward. But I've got a concern that we're sort of at a turning point where we're about to significantly increase the amount of electricity being used in single-family dwellings, in apartments, and in commercial structures. And why that may or may not be a good thing, we need to make sure that we're doing it safely with our grid. And so I hope that as the agencies move forward, they keep that in mind, that if we're going to be sending a message to the rest of the world and the rest of the country, that we send the right message. What we don't want to have is a bit of a catastrophe here. That will definitely send a message that we don't want to send. And lastly, I'd like to reiterate a comment made by Tom Inslow. There are thousands of individuals who are currently associated with the workforce related to the gas industry. And if there is to be a reasonable and thoughtful transition from one work position to another here in the state of California, it will take some time. And trying to do that in a quick fashion, just put yourself in their shoes. How would you like somebody to come up to you and say, you know, we don't kind of like the task that you're doing now, nothing personal, but we'd like you to change it, and we'd like you to do it tomorrow. And I know that's not what's being asked here, but that I think you get the point. We need to be thoughtful as we make this transition to a decarbonized world, which we're going to be doing. It's just, I'm a little fearful here that we may be doing it too quickly. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Wes, you have a comment?
Yeah, and I submitted some comments ahead, but that was about the December meeting, so I'll resend them for this one. I had two kind of suggested updates to the code. One was about construction waste recycling, and the other, though, I'm going to start with was embodied carbon. So as we've been talking about the zero code and you know, decarbonization codes and things like that, the other side of that coin is the embodied carbon of materials. And there's increasing awareness that, you know, the building construction and materials are, that they represent the extraction, the manufacturing, the transport, all those life cycle impacts are equal or about equal to the operating energy impacts from from our building stock. So there's been a lot of movement in LEED, in the IGCC and local governments, as you heard about from one of those letters about Marin County. There's also the Buy Clean California Act, looking to get environmental product declarations and get that LCA information into the hands of designers and project teams so they can make, good informed decisions about embodied carbon. And so I just encourage the BSC to look at embodied carbon, specifically environmental product declarations, and seeing about folding them into the code. And I'm happy to propose some language there. Again, there's also some language in the IGCC that's a model code that can be used. And within LEED, we have an EPD credit, and it's one of the most used now. There are 10,000 plus product-specific EPDs out there, more than 100 industry-wide, and that's in North America. And a lot of those are in California. So the time is right to start focusing on it. I mean, the wildfires this summer were a wake-up call for many, and that's why you're hearing all this emphasis on carbon and embodied carbon. And just encourage the BSC to look into this for the next code update. Thanks. And I'll talk about the construction waste maybe later, if that makes sense, because it's a different topic.
Okay. Thank you, Wes. Hey, Sam, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Sam Arman from the California Air Resources Board. I just wanted to clarify that the light duty charging requirements we discussed earlier today in item 3 were specific to new non-residential building construction. We don't currently have proposed code changes for existing non-residential buildings, but I did want to state that we recognize that existing buildings can play a huge role in deploying the infrastructure needed to meet our state's aggressive EV deployment goals. So with that said, we are continuing to work with a consultant to identify what the most appropriate cost-effective trigger points would be for deploying infrastructure in existing buildings, and also working through what potential code changes in that area could look like for future consideration. And also, I did want to ask one point of clarification regarding the timeline. The timeline on the website is stating a February 1st for the deadline for initial submittal of this packages for green building changes. I believe you mentioned earlier in the meeting that there may be an extension to early April for that initial submittal. So I just want to clarify that.
That's correct. Of the division of the parts, part 11 was included with the initial submittal for the first group, including the electrical, mechanical, and plumbing codes, because they typically work together in our review process through the code advisory committees. But because of the December delay, we had to move that date back a month. So we've moved it back so that part 11 will be coming in a little bit later than the other parts to give everybody time to absorb the information from this workshop and update or modify the regs as necessary for that timeline.
Okay, and that was early April, that deadline?
I'd have to have it from you. I don't have
I believe it's like April.
It's on, I thought we put it on the website.
Yeah, it should be on the website.
I'll verify before we get off the line here.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Michael, you're up. Would you like to speak?
Thank you. I wanted to pick up on Wes's mention of embodied carbon. The American Institute of Architects California and our 11,000 members recognize the importance of buildings in the impacts on climate and embodied carbon. We're aware that when you create even the most efficient new building, it can take up to a decade before you catch up with the embodied carbon impacts just from the construction. So we are aware that this is a sleeping giant. And when you look at the landscape of what needs to be done to address climate action, we also look at, as Alice pointed out, the long timeline for code change. We would encourage consideration of embodied carbon in this iteration of CalGreen and not kick that can down the road. Even something as simple as a statement regarding its importance, the importance of repurposing our existing building infrastructure as a preference to creating new buildings when that's possible, and the definition of even what the terminology means, because it's an extremely complex and emerging topic. So we as an organization stand ready to assist and would be pleased to participate in working on at least getting started on getting embodied carbon onto the table and part of CalGreen. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Before we go to the next commenter, I did get the information, and February 1st was the initial date. That still is the date for 3, 4, and 5 submittals. And April 2nd is the new date for the Part 11 proposed submittal.
Okay, Mia Marvelli would like to speak. Go ahead, Mia.
Hi there, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, I just want to clarify, since that was Sam with Air Resources Board asking the question, I think we need to have an offline discussion because that submittal date of April 2nd is BSC submitting to itself for the rulemakings, but there's a lot of work long before that. So I don't want anyone to think that they have until April 2nd to send us comments or new proposed code language.
Good clarification.
Good clarification, Mia. Thank you so much. Does anybody else? I don't see any hands. Yeah. Anybody else on the Zoom call that would like to comment? Okay, I see Tom, and then Tom Phillips, and then Wes Solis. Go ahead, Tom.
Hi, is this the unrelated items on the agenda?
Yes, these are items not on the agenda.
Okay, well, maybe we need a whole workshop on this topic, and it's basically climate adaptation, resilience, and mitigation. As you know, our climate's rapidly changing, and the Energy Commission has started to address that some by updating the weather files, which were quickly becoming out of date, every year as we have record heat waves and so on. We're also expecting increases in humidity in these extreme conditions. We're also, of course, having planned power outages and wildfires more and more. So the basic topic I wanted to address is that there's a gap in the building standards in terms of addressing current and future climate change, specifically overheating of buildings. And I can share some slides with you if you want, but basically, if you just look at the climate projections from CalAdapt, from the Energy Commission, by mid-century, just the cooling demand will increase by about 50%. And the heating demand will decrease. And by the end of the century, the cooling demand will increase to about 2.5 times current historical cooling demand. The overall energy demand will go up some, but it will become, instead of a mixed heating and cooling climate for most of California, it will become strongly cooling dominated. So that has major implications for how you design a building over its life cycle and, of course, on the grid. So we're already seeing overheating problems in new buildings as documented by major new home field study that CARB and the Energy Commission funded. We're seeing big lawsuits from new multifamily condos in San Francisco about overheating problems. And we're expecting that, of course, to get a lot worse as climate changes faster and faster. So it's not only a health and a productivity problem, but it's a grid problem, and it's a due diligence and liability problem. So I would request that BSC and other state agencies and the various public stakeholders work together to address this issue. This approach was recommended as back in 2013 by the Cali Bay Climate Action Team to have building standards address this issue of overheating, especially in vulnerable populations like children and the elderly and so on. Since then, the number of vulnerable persons, especially elderly, has increased quite a bit. And we're also seeing more power outages, wildfires, increased costs of housing, and the current pandemic would exacerbate this problem. There are several good examples out there of how to address future overheating risks by factoring in projected climate change and then modeling the optimum ways to address that. And it basically is doing better passive energy efficiency and then as needed renewable energy. For examples, I can share slides if you want, but for example, CHIPS for the national and upcoming California update for schools has an extensive credits, voluntary credits for assessing climate change vulnerability and then addressing the major impacts that are expected, and also addressing the issue of resilience or passive survivability during power outages to make the building more livable for extended periods of time, because we know the heat waves are going to get longer and longer, up to say a week on average, I think by mid-century or later. And also to include backup power, preferably low carbon or not zero carbon power, and not just diesel generators. And so Build It Green for residential has also adopted some similar requirements. And I mentioned LEED and RELY have those types of requirements. British Columbia has their energy step code last year adopted overheating and air quality assessment guidance to look at future climate impacts in their step code. And Natural Resources Canada just published some overheating health metrics and future climate weather file methods last year. And this year in April, they're releasing their overheating assessment guidance. So even though British Columbia seems like it's a fairly mild climate, they're already seeing some overheating problems even outside of heat waves, just because designers aren't factoring in things like solar heat gain very well.
Tom, I have a question for you. Are most of these that you're talking about housing related? I know you mentioned schools.
Schools and say hospitals and care facilities for vulnerable populations are also a problem. And the same issues apply, but especially say if you're a facility where there's I want to say high occupant density, like a school, or with a lot of internal heat gain, or if you're talking about a care facility where you have 24/7 exposure to indoor heat stress, and nighttime heat is increasing a lot faster than daytime heat maximums. So that's a major impact on health and sleep recovery and so on. Just a few more points, I guess, and then so a call to action. I want to say that so even in cooler climates, people are recognizing, say in Canada and Europe, that they need to plan and design for future climate, partly to avoid or forestall the need for adding air conditioning because of the embedded carbon and the impacts on the grid. And that, but we should also recognize that California has major populations in cool climates on the coast, and then lesser populations in mountain areas where air conditioning is not very prevalent, but it's needed now or soon will be. So to the extent that we can delay that, it would be great. I have family in Truckee that don't have air conditioning, and they're starting to really suffer now in the summer. And I guess to say, also say that Rocky Mountain Institute and other experts strongly recommend aggressive energy efficiency measures as well as renewable energy to help flatten the peak demand or duck curve. So there's these health and safety, student productivity, learning benefits, and the grid benefits and the liability benefits if we design to consider the full life cycle of the buildings. And there's various methods and metrics and targets out there, and I think California can become a leader again if we learn from what other folks are doing around the world, and then customize it for California and make it part of our healthy, sustainable building approach. And I think we also really need to involve the public sector more. The Cal Green process seems to be somewhat insulated, no pun intended, from the more broader discourse of environmental and health and environmental justice groups. So I think they need to be involved early on, and to have a transparent process with sufficient review time for people to have meaningful comments, and a good listserv that's on every notice so people can track things. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'd be glad to help you work on building a better future. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom, for those comments. Wes Sullins, you would like to comment?
Yeah, I was going to comment on a new topic, which is construction waste recycling in Chapter 5. And just say that it's been in a challenging time for recycling markets for the last few years, with the loss of biomass facilities and shifting markets for recyclables, not to mention COVID and those impacts at recycling facilities on workers and stuff. So we've seen projects in California have a harder time meeting the 65% requirement, especially for those tenant improvements or the small residential projects like ADUs or kitchen remodels, things like that. So just kind of flagging that for a place that maybe needs some innovative ideas or ways to look at changing the requirements a bit, maybe relying on verified or third-party certified recycling facilities as one thing. The city of San Francisco has an interesting approach that they're kind of allowing projects to use that can't hit those thresholds, but are still doing best practices and sorting and things like that. So I'll provide some more language in writing, but and also in LEED, we've been tweaking with our C&D credit to reward things like waste prevention. And I know there's a measure in the code that allows like no more waste than, I think it's 2.5 pounds per square foot or something. And that's very stringent, but just looking at I think that's a tweak we could make to increase, the implementation effectiveness of those requirements, and have it so projects can meet it, but also do the right thing. So I'll send some comments in writing. Just wanted to bring it up. Thanks.
Thank you, Wes. Okay, I do not see any more hands that are on Zoom. I'm going to go to the phone lines. Does anybody have any comments under item 8, related items not on the agenda? Okay. Well, I think this wraps up our Cal Green BSC and DSA's non-residential Cal Green workshop. I thank everybody that has participated in today's meeting. We have a lot of good conversations. I suggest that everybody wants to provide comments. Written comments are always better. That way we can look at them and analyze them. But then also remember that for us, like Mike has mentioned in the past, we really rely on anytime BSC and DSA and other state agencies propose a code change, that we have to have and provide a cost benefit analysis for every single code change that we're proposing. And so we definitely encourage that if you are proposing something to BSC, that you are aware that we are going to require this cost benefit analysis. And with that, Mike, would you like to say anything other than?
I just appreciate everybody's input. Yeah. And send us the information that you want us to be aware of, so we have it. And if you have questions, you can reach out. We'll be happy to assist. Watch the timeline. We'll be starting our code advisory committees before too long, and we'll put the announcements out. So if you're not on the mailing list, get your names into the mailing list so you'll be aware of when the activities occur.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I appreciate Mike Neerman here and Barbara.
Thanks, Barbara.
With all her technical expertise and assistance in today's meeting. I think it went pretty well. This is our first time doing this sort of event. And I'd have to say that it went pretty well in terms of how we provided and shared the information. So Anyway, thank you very much, folks. This concludes and adjourns our meeting, our workshop for today. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.